Chapter 42-22. Are you sure? They're all very powerful. The monarch put on a caring expression. But in his heart he was also sneering. This little girl was indeed too arrogant. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf, which one of them wasn't an existence that dominated a region? How dare she call them trash? If she really had the strength, that would be fine. But if she didn't, then the one who would be embarrassed in the end would only be himself. Are you doubting my ability? The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at the king unkindly. No. The king hurriedly waved his hand and looked at the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji, and shouted, "Let's retreat." Whoosh. Immediately, the three of them turned around and left without looking back. Forget it if he didn't appreciate it. Anyway, he had already persuaded them. Even if they died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, the emperor of the central dynasty wouldn't blame them. The woman looked at the four of them with contempt, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said indifferently, "Who wants to die first? Fuck you. If I don't go crazy, do you think I'm a sick cat?" The madman was furious. Shouldn't there be a limit to being arrogant? Shouldn't you see who your opponent is now? Don't you know? I'm the representative of arrogance. Boom. He took a step forward and charged towards the woman. The woman looked at the madman mockingly. But suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and pulled the madman back. The madman was slightly taken aback. He turned his head and saw a golden figure flashing past, charging towards the woman like lightning. His eyes were also filled with anger. That's right. It was the white-eyed wolf. What are you doing? The madman came back to his senses and hurriedly chased, grabbing the white-eyed wolf and said angrily, "She is my opponent. Go away." The white-eyed wolf shook the madman off. "You're the one who should go to the side." The madman was furious. He was the one who attacked first. Aren't you annoying? Aren't you happy watching from the side? Let's talk about it later. You're a man and she's a woman. If you fight with her, you will be laughed at. People will say that you bully women and children. So, I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand? White-eyed wolf sighed. Aren't you also a man? Madman rolled his eyes. I'm different. In any case, the first battle must be me. There's no room for discussion. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Do you have the final say? Madman's face darkened. Shouldn't everything be based on first come, first served? Looking at the two of them arguing, the woman's mocking expression became even more intense. She said, "It's fine. You two are about to die anyway. You can come at me together." When the two of them heard this, they immediately stared at the woman with cold eyes. After so many years, no one had ever dared to look down on them. As usual, the madman looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "All right." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, speechless. As usual? The four of them were stunned and looked at the madman suspiciously. The king and the other three standing in the distance also had a puzzled look. They were strong enough so they didn't need to evacuate like the others. The madman and the white-eyed wolf sat opposite each other with one hand behind their back and a serious look on their faces. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the two of them shouted in unison, "Rock, scissors, paper." The hand behind their back stretched out at the same time. Both of them were scissors. What the hell? The king and the other three were stunned. Rock, scissors, paper? This is too childish. They are experts who have mastered the will of heaven. Can't they have the demeanor of an expert? On the other side, the inner demons and Lu Jijin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What two weirdos? Again. The madman roared. Rock, scissors, paper. The two of them once again showed their fists at the same time. Don't cheat. The madman glared at the white-eyed wolf. It's you who shouldn't cheat. The white-eyed wolf also glared at the madman. Again. The two of them roared once again. This time they showed their scissors at the same time. When did we become so telepathic? The madman's expression was dull. Don't disgust me. Only a ghost would be telepathic with you. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Good. The madman nodded repeatedly and roared, "Today we won't stop until the outcome is decided." Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? The white-eyed wolf was not to be outdone. For the two of them this was a very serious matter. But in the eyes of others, it was just like playing house, a joke. The four women initially thought it was very fun and interesting. They looked like two clowns, but gradually they couldn't help but frown. Were they deliberately teasing them? Don't mind them, they are like this. Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them and smiled faintly. Then, under the astonished gaze of the four, he took out a tea table and 2 chairs and placed them in the void in front of them. Then, He then took out a tea set and began to slowly brew tea. This scene made the four women's brows furrow tighter and tighter. They were even more convinced that these people were deliberately teasing them. Don't go too far. The young man with a murderous aura roared. A wave of blood roared out, drowning the sky. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the young man, but it was only a glance before they continued to play rock, paper, scissors. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at the four of them. Why don't you come over and have a taste? You're courting death. The young man took a step forward and threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. I kindly invited you to drink tea, and you have such an attitude? Qin Feiyang shook his head. An incarnation appeared. The incarnation's aura was like a rainbow. It turned into a light shadow and punched the young man. Boom. A terrifying wave of air rolled out. The surrounding void immediately began to collapse. 3,000 incarnations? The young man frowned. Not bad. The incarnation chuckled. An incarnation dares to act rashly? The young man was furious. His black hair was instantly dyed red. He was like an awakened demon king. A blood-red murderous aura shrouded the world. Qin Feiyang drank tea while looking at the young man with interest. This should be the true face of the young man. He did look a little scary. But he didn't know if he was a paper tiger. Ah, it was also at this moment. There was a loud laugh. Everyone looked at the madman and saw the white-eyed wolf looking at the madman standing opposite of him with a smug face. The madman had a look of annoyance. Who's the winner and loser? Just a rock-paper-scissors game can defeat hundreds of people. In this world, only the two of you can do it. Qin Feiyang looked helpless. There's no other way. We have too much tacit understanding today. Whatever I do, he will do. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at the madman. Little madman, if you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. The madman snorted from his nose and turned to walk to Qin Feiyang's side. He sat on another chair and took out a jar of divine wine. He sneered and said, Lousy wants to see how you are going to be tortured by her. After saying that, he raised his head and gulped down the wine as if he was venting his anger. Torture me? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at the woman opposite him and muttered to himself, Little madman, I'm afraid you are going to be disappointed. Don't think that I don't have any other means besides battle soul. If I go all out, even you are not my opponent. No one heard these words. Even the woman standing opposite him only knew that the white-eyed wolf was muttering. As his voice fell, the killing intent in the white-eyed wolf's eyes surged. He sneered and said, Bitch, being arrogant in front of me is the worst thing you have done in your life. Boom. Immediately. He took a step forward and unleashed all his energy as he threw a punch at the woman. I hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth. The woman snickered and didn't back down. Divine power surged out and she threw a punch. Boom. When the fist and the palm met, a destructive energy wave immediately surged in all directions with the two of them as the center. The scene of the end of the world immediately appeared. The sky was collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the sky was collapsing. Before the battle, no one mentioned that they wanted to enter the galaxy. Apparently, they were all ready to fight at this moment. Heavenly Lord. Hurry up and go to Mount Supreme and help the 10 overlords to move all the creatures in the West Continent to the South Continent and the North Continent. I have a feeling that this battle will affect the entire West Continent. The king said. Okay. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded and immediately opened a passage and left. Chapter 42:23. The air billowed and flooded in all directions. In the center of the battlefield, the wind howled. The white-eyed wolf and the woman were on par in terms of strength and physical strength. Every time they collided, an unparalleled wave would erupt. Boom. After a few hundred rounds, the woman's gaze turned cold. The power of laws surged out and turned into a giant dragon that was more than 10,000 feet long. It roared in the sky and pounced toward the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf sneered and did not panic at all. Along the way, what kind of battle had he not experienced? In terms of on-the-spot reaction, he could be considered one of the best. Just as the woman's power of laws was about to kill him, he activated split time, took a step forward, and instantly appeared behind the woman like a ghost. The power of laws in his palm surged, and he mercilessly slapped the woman's back. Poof! The woman spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and her face turned pale. The huge force sent her flying like a meteorite. With a loud bang, she smashed into the ground below. A bottomless pit immediately appeared. Dong Xen. In the sky above. 2 men and 1 woman exclaimed. They did not expect that Dong Xen, one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, would suffer a great loss in the hands of the golden-winged Wolf King. I'm fine. Accompanied by a cold voice, the woman walked out of the huge pit step by step. Her hair was disheveled and her face was dirty, and she was dripping with blood. However, that pair of dark eyes was suffused with a gloomy luster. Not bad. You're not dead. The white-eyed wolf looked at her mockingly. The one who's going to die is you. Dong Xian smiled coldly. Boom. Wisps of destructive auras burst out from them. In just an instant, 6 ultimate profound meanings appeared out of nowhere. All the ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. Following closely, the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. The void and the land here collapsed crazily. Sure enough, none of the people from the central dynasty are simple characters. The king whispered. Whether it was the Lu brothers or this Dong Xian, they all had 6 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. Compared to these people, the geniuses of the 3 major races were no different from trash. Go to hell. Dong Xian was obviously enraged, and her murderous aura soared. With a wave of his hand, the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws shot toward the white-eyed wolf with world-destroying power. Just this. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. The laws of death, the laws of destruction, the laws of life, the laws of space-time, the 6 ultimate mysteries instantly appeared in the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao enveloped the entire area as it furiously attacked. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The 12 ultimates clashed together, causing the world to lose its color. Immediately after, a destructive wave of air surged out in all directions like a tide. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers shattered, the ground caved in, and the disaster spread to hundreds of millions of kilometers away. You want to kill me with just 6 ultimate mysteries? Who are you looking down on? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Strands of power of law gushed out of his body, turning into a huge tornado that swept through the world and charged toward Dong Xian. If this is all you have, do you think I would dare to be so arrogant? Dong Xian waved her hand, and the power of law rolled out like a torrent. The 2 ultimates shattered at the same time in the void. Then she looked at the white-eyed wolf as if she was looking at a clown. Haha, then hurry up and show me. Let's see if you can surprise me. The white-eyed wolf laughed maniacally. The 6 ultimate mysteries once again appeared in the sky, drowning out the void as they blasted toward Dong Xian. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Dong Xian sneered. Rumble. The next moment, the 6 ultimate mysteries appeared. But right after, along with the emergence of a terrifying power of law, another ultimate mystery of the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws appeared in the sky. 7 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. The divine king and the other 2 were shocked. This little girl's strength was comparable to theirs? 7 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws against 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, and both had the will of the heavenly Tao. The result was obvious. Rumble. The white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimate mysteries were annihilated on the spot. His body also shook violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Now tell me, do I have the right to be arrogant? Dong Xian sneered. With a wave of her arm, the ultimate mysteries blasted toward the white-eyed wolf like lightning. With a loud bang, the white-eyed wolf smashed into the ground, and blood spurted out all over his body. 7 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws? Is this the unparalleled genius of the central dynasty? He looked at the woman standing in the sky in high spirits with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Compared to the inner demons and big cousin, she was too weak. The inner demons had mastered 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, and 1 ultimate mystery of the law of life and death, which surpassed the ultimate laws. They also had the demon king true body. Lu Jiajin also had the eye of nothingness. Although he only had 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, the eye of nothingness alone was enough to kill this woman. With his strength? What was there to be arrogant about? An ant will always be an ant. Dong Xian looked down at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. Immediately after, the 7 ultimate mysteries moved and charged toward the white-eyed wolf aggressively. The white-eyed wolf soared into the sky with a whoosh. Instant time was used to the extreme. However, an additional ultimate profundity of an ultimate law was equivalent to an insurmountable chasm. For a moment, the white-eyed wolf was being suppressed. Golden blood floated all over his body, and he looked more and more miserable. This brother wolf, can he do it? Frenzy held the wine jar and looked at this scene. He couldn't help but frown. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Of course they knew the white-eyed wolf's strength. 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, and the battle soul's 3 heaven-defying abilities. If someone helped him, no matter how strong or how many opponents there were, the white-eyed wolf would be in an undefeatable position. This was because once the white-eyed wolf succeeded, he would either deprive the opponent of their cultivation or their ultimate laws. Whether it was depriving the opponent of their cultivation or their ultimate laws, it would be fatal for an expert of this level. But now, the white-eyed wolf and Dong Xian were fighting one-on-one. Even if the white-eyed wolf activated his battle soul, Dong Xian could interrupt him in time with her powerful strength. Therefore, on the surface, the white-eyed wolf's chances of winning were very small. However, one couldn't look at the white-eyed wolf with ordinary eyes. Qin Feiyang naturally knew the white-eyed wolf's character like the back of his hand. But as for the white-eyed wolf's means and strength, to be honest, Qin Feiyang had never seen through him. He always felt that there were some secrets hidden in the white-eyed wolf that he didn't know. Bang! Once again, the white-eyed wolf was blasted into the ground. Dust and smoke billowed and covered the sky. The wounds on his body were so deep that his bones could be seen. Just so, Dong Xian sneered. Previously, she heard rumors that the 5 major clans were afraid of the golden-winged wolf king. This made her think that the white-eyed wolf had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, after fighting with him, she realized that he was just an ordinary guy. The other 2 men and 1 woman lowered their heads to look at the bloody white-eyed wolf and revealed a contemptuous look. They couldn't understand. Such a small character, how could the 5 major clans be so afraid of him? Haha, just so? I really want to know who gave you the courage. The white-eyed wolf laughed wildly. Dong Xian raised her eyebrows. At this point he still dared to be arrogant? It seemed that he really hadn't died before. Bang! The 7 ultimate laws instantly appeared in the sky and laughed coldly. I'll send you to hell now. As the voice fell, the 7 ultimate laws suddenly fell and attacked the seriously injured white-eyed wolf. Not good. Frenzy suddenly stood up. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The ferocious young man immediately looked at Frenzy and laughed. Frenzy looked at the young man, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Don't be impatient. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Frenzy. His eyes were locked on the white-eyed wolf. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Send me to hell? Haha, old woman, don't you know? Even the king of hell has to kneel and beg for mercy when he sees me. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. His whole body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, as dazzling as the scorching sun in the sky. At the same time, Frenzy and the other 2 men and 1 woman also looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. No. The next moment, a giant golden wolf appeared in their line of sight. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and its fur seemed to be cast from gold leaf, dazzling and dazzling. On its back there were 2 golden wings. As the wings kept flapping, a storm roared out. Golden-winged wolf king, this is his true face, the 2 men and 1 woman murmured. It's quite handsome. Submit to me and be my mount, then I will spare your life. Dong Xian sized up the white-eyed wolf, and a smile appeared on her face. But as long as one wasn't a fool, one could see that it was a thick sneer. Really stupid, you still don't know when death is at hand. The white-eyed wolf whispered, then turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy and laughed. I will let you see my true strength. So, as his voice fell, the golden wings behind his back suddenly erupted with a mighty aura. Following closely, he spread his wings and combined with split time he instantly disappeared from the spot. At this time, the 7 ultimate mysteries that were attacking the white-eyed wolf finally arrived. But as the white-eyed wolf disappeared, the 7 ultimate mysteries directly streaked across the void and blasted into the ground below. The ground within 100 million miles was instantly shattered, and cracks appeared everywhere. This scene shocked Qin Feiyang and Frenzy to the extreme. He actually disappeared from the face of the earth? When they came back to their senses, they hurriedly scanned the void, looking for traces of the white-eyed wolf. The next moment, their eyes locked onto the sky above Dong Xian's head. Unknowingly, the white-eyed wolf had already appeared in the void above Dong Xian. Impossible. When the 2 men and 1 woman saw the white-eyed wolf, they also had a look of disbelief. How could he be so fast? In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Dong Xian's head. Even a split second wouldn't be able to do that. The most important thing was, none of them were able to capture the white-eyed wolf's movements. One must know. With their strength, even if it was split time, they could clearly capture the other party's movements. But now, they didn't see how the white-eyed wolf appeared above Dong Xian. Chapter 42-24. Boom. Before Dong Xian could react, the white-eyed wolf slapped her with its claws. With a loud bang, Dong Xian was smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. On his back, there was a claw mark so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood was gushing out. Now tell me, do you have the right to be arrogant in front of me? This time, it was the white-eyed wolf's turn to look down at Dong Xen. From afar, it was as if a peerless wolf king was born, causing people to feel fear. This wolf cub. In the distance, the inner demons muttered, feeling extremely shocked. Was this the white-eyed wolf's strength? It could only be described as terrifying. But his speed is really strange. Lu Jiejing frowned. The white-eyed wolf's current speed was much faster than the moment of time. On the other side, the king and the other two were also stunned. After knowing each other for so long, they did not know that the white-eyed wolf had such means. In the sky, whoosh, the white-eyed wolf flapped its wings and instantly landed in front of Dong Xen, slapping her with its claws. Dong Xen's entire body was smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Her body was badly mutilated and it was a tragic sight. So fast. This time, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were completely dumbfounded. Because this time they had been staring at the white-eyed wolf, but they still could not capture the white-eyed wolf's movements. What did this mean? It meant that the white-eyed wolf's current speed was beyond their comprehension. What was going on? Why did it suddenly become this fast? Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stared at the golden wings behind the white-eyed wolf, his eyes full of surprise. Could it be because of this pair of wings? At this moment, the white-eyed wolf grabbed Dong Xen with its claws again. The next moment, it spread its wings, activated the moment of time, grabbed Dong Xen, and instantly appeared in the sky. Arrogant with me? Who do you think you are? The white-eyed wolf sneered disdainfully, grabbing Dong Xen and throwing her down to the ground. With a loud bang, Dong Xen was smashed into the ground again. Her body cracked open and blood stained the ground red. It really is this pair of wings. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he stared at the golden wings on the back of the white-eyed wolf. This pair of wings had already appeared when the white-eyed wolf became a god. However, after all these years, this pair of wings was completely like an ornament, and did not display any use at all. As such, over time, Qin Feiyang also thought that this pair of wings only looked good, so he slowly ignored it. Who would have thought that he would be able to unleash such a shocking amount of power? Judging from the current speed, the speed of this pair of wings was probably comparable to that of an instant. The speed of the wings itself was already so astonishing, and with the addition of the moment of time, this speed had already surpassed the limits of speed that they currently knew. This guy really hid himself well. The madman smiled bitterly. From the ancient world to the underworld king's hell, then from the underworld king's hell to the sky cloud realm, and now from the sky cloud realm to the divine kingdom. After knowing each other for so many years, they did not know that the white-eyed wolf had such a heaven-defying method. As everyone knew, the moment of time was the fastest method. There was nothing that could be compared to it. But now, the white-eyed wolf relied on this pair of wings in addition to his own moment of time, to break through the limits of heaven and earth. It could be said that, in today's world, no one would be faster than the white-eyed wolf. And in a battle between experts, strength was part of it, battle awareness was another part, and speed was also another part. Relying on this extreme speed, the white-eyed wolf was enough to sweep everything away. As the white-eyed wolf's brothers, Qin Feiyang and the madman were already so shocked, not to mention the two men and one woman as well as the monarch, they all looked like they had seen a ghost. How could the laws of heaven and earth allow this kind of extreme speed to exist? However, the scene before them was truly and vividly displayed before them. What kind of monster was this? It had completely exceeded their understanding of this world. You still don't understand? This brother is the representative of arrogance. Ha! The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Xen who was lying in a pool of blood and laughed unscrupulously. Boom! At the next moment, the 6 ultimate profound meanings appeared, and the will of heaven erupted. With a wave of the white-eyed wolf's claws, the 6 ultimate meanings instantly shattered heaven and earth and charged towards Dong Xen. Dong Xen. Make him shut up. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's arrogant and domineering attitude, the other woman's eyes surged with killing intent as she shouted at Dong Xen. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the woman. What did she mean? Could it be that Dong Xen still had other methods? One must know. With the white-eyed wolf's current speed, even if Dong Xen had mastered the 8 ultimate meanings, or even the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, it was impossible to defeat the white-eyed wolf. Because with the white-eyed wolf's current speed, it could easily avoid the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Unless it was ganged up on. For example, Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King real body of the inner demons. There was no way for the white-eyed wolf to avoid it. However, not everyone could master the 3,000 incarnations in the Demon King real body. That's right. Let him have a taste of your true means. The two young men by the side also spoke one after another, staring at the white-eyed wolf with extremely gloomy eyes. She really has other means? Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other, their hearts trembling. Facing the white-eyed wolf, Dong Xan was still so confident. Her hidden strength was definitely not simple. The two of them immediately paid attention to Dong Xan. They looked at Dong Xan again. She slowly got up. A surge of majestic life laws emerged. The injuries on her body instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. At the next moment, she activated the 7 ultimate meanings and charged into the sky, crushing the white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimate meanings effortlessly. She then continued to charge towards the white-eyed wolf. Why don't you understand? In the face of speed that surpasses the limit, all attacks are futile. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. The golden wings spread out, and with the moment of time, it directly disappeared into the sky. The next moment it appeared behind Dong Xian. The power of laws surged out like a tide, and a claw slammed towards Dong Xian's head. If this claw hit, Dong Xian's head would probably explode on the spot. However, even so, Dong Xian was not nervous at all at this moment. After being arrogant for so long, it's indeed time to shut you up. She murmured without turning her head back. Before her voice faded, rays of white divine light roared out from her body. In just an instant, a white barrier appeared, exuding a sacred aura. What the hell is this? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Out of instinct, it immediately retracted its hand and retreated from the barrier like lightning. But for this, Dong Xan didn't care. She slowly turned around and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Her body was surrounded by divine light, like a fairy descending from the heavens. The barrier around her was only 5 feet wide. But it was this 5 feet wide barrier that exuded a vast aura. And inside the barrier, one could clearly see mysterious runes floating. The white-eyed wolf, including Qin Feiyang and the madman in the sky, the lord and the other two in the distance, and Lu Jiajin and the other two, all looked at this barrier suspiciously. It looked quite scary. If you have any last words, quickly say it now, otherwise you won't have the chance to say it later. High in the sky, 2 men and 1 woman sneered. So confident? Qin Feiyang and the madman raised their eyebrows. What was so powerful about this barrier? Deliberately mystifying? The white-eyed wolf was also pondering in his heart. Even the strongest law and ultimate esoteric couldn't do anything to him now, so what was a mere barrier? You're not unfamiliar with the 10 strongest battle souls, right? Dong Xen suddenly said. Nonsense. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. The owners of the 10 strongest battle souls were all around him, so of course he wasn't unfamiliar with them. But you only know about the 10 strongest battle souls, but you don't know that in this world, there are existences that can be on par with the 10 strongest battle souls. Dong Xian sneered. Huh. The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Those that can be on par with the 10 strongest battle souls are the 5 heaven-defying domains. And the heaven-defying domain that I control is one of them, the sealed god domain. Dong Xian smiled coldly. 5 heaven-defying domains? Sealed god domain? What is this? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They had never heard of this before. Don't worry. Because soon, you will see how terrifying the sealed god domain is. Especially you. Dong Xen raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with provocation in her eyes. Defeat the white-eyed wolf first. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You can still laugh now? It seems that you don't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. I advise you to be careful, otherwise, it will be too late to regret it later. The other 2 men and 1 woman mocked. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be so noisy. The madman raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. His eyes were filled with bloody light, and the evil aura in his body was gradually awakening. However, in this regard, the 2 men and 1 woman still had a disdainful attitude. The madman couldn't help but be annoyed. He lowered his head and looked at the white-eyed wolf, shouting, Brother Wolf, if you lose to her today, don't say that you are our brother in the future. We can't afford to lose this face. Are you kidding? Brother will lose to her? The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Then quickly get rid of her and let these self-righteous guys shut their stinky mouths for me. The madman laughed. As brothers who had gone through life and death together, of course he was full of confidence in the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the 2 men and 1 woman. his eyes were full of arrogance, and then he looked at Dong Xen and said domineeringly, "What means do you have? Bring it on. I gave you a chance to say your last words but you don't know how to cherish it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Dong Xen smiled coldly, raised her arm, and pointed her slender index finger at the white-eyed wolf, shouting, "In my name, seal." Words were law. Between heaven and earth, a vast force suddenly emerged, covering the sky and the earth as it rushed towards the white-eyed wolf. This mysterious force filled the air in all directions. The white-eyed wolf was like a bird in a cage, unable to escape even if it had wings. Boom. In just a moment, the white-eyed wolf was drowned by this force. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared. The power of the law in the white-eyed wolf's body instantly dissipated. Even his powerful aura had completely disappeared. What's going on? The madman and Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. The monarch and the other two, as well as Lu Jiajin and the other two, were also full of surprise. Immortal God of War chapters will continue to be updated in the hand-fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand-fighting bar. Chapter 42-25. During the battle, it was impossible for the white-eyed wolf to retract his aura and power of laws. This must be related to the sealed god domain. Seal? Could this be a method to seal the power of laws? And the white-eyed wolf was also a little flustered at this moment. As the person involved, his feelings were of course the most obvious. When this power surged over, not only was his power of laws instantly sealed, but even the power of his physical body was instantly sealed. One must know. This was a battle. And it was a battle of life and death. The power of laws and physical strength were sealed by the other party. What did this mean? It meant that he would become an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person fight against an existence that grasped the ultimate meaning of the 7 strongest laws and the will of the heavenly Tao? This was simply the difference between a mortal and a god. A dead end. Surprised? Surprised? Desperate? Dong Xen stared at the white-eyed wolf, her face full of smiles. Madman roared, "Brother Wolf, quickly use your physical strength to get out of this predicament." "My physical strength has also been sealed." The white-eyed wolf opened his mouth, his tone became extremely heavy. Even his divine power had been sealed. It seemed that he had really underestimated this woman. What? Madman was dumbfounded. Even his physical strength had been sealed? Then what was the difference between the white-eyed wolf and an ordinary person? Sealing the power of laws, divine power, and strength, this is the power of the sealed god domain. Dong Xen laughed proudly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but tremble. There was actually such a terrifying method in this world? With the power of laws, divine power, and strength sealed, it was equivalent to a powerless mortal. The white-eyed wolf was in danger. Swish. Dong Xen moved. She took a step forward and flew towards the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf's eyes darkened as he turned around and ran. However, his current speed couldn't compare to Dong Xen at all. In just an instant, Dong Xen caught up to him and slapped him on the back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out on the spot, smashing into a deep ditch, his body covered in blood. "Aren't you good at running?" Dong Xen sneered. He landed in front of the white-eyed wolf and grabbed the golden wings on the back of the white-eyed wolf. Could it be that even the golden wings can't be used? Madman was extremely anxious. Indeed, it couldn't be used. This was because the golden wings were actually powered by divine power. Now that the divine power had been sealed, the golden wings were naturally unable to unleash their previous might. "Let's see how you're going to run without these wings." Dong Xen smiled cruelly. She exerted force in her arm and tore off one of the white-eyed wolf's wings on the spot. Golden blood immediately gushed out from the wound. The intense pain caused even the white-eyed wolf to howl in pain. "Now, even if you want to die, I won't let you do as you wish. I'm going to make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead." Dong Xen grabbed the other wing and tore it off with a squelch. "Bastard!" Madman roared. His aura surged out. "What are you trying to do?" The young man with a murderous aura took a step forward. Killing intent flickered in Madman's eyes. Qin Feiyang also slowly put down his teacup. Strands of astonishing life and death energy rose from his body. Of course, they couldn't leave him in the lurch. In the distance, "What should we do? Should we make a move?" The Divine King transmitted his voice. The king and the human race supreme stared at the white-eyed wolf in silence. At the same time, on the other side, the inner demons also had a trace of killing intent in their eyes. "Don't be impatient." Lu Jiajin stopped him. His face also seemed somewhat gloomy. "Stop. But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf's low and hoarse voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and Madman quickly lowered their heads and looked at the white-eyed wolf. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf was already under Dong Xian's foot. She humiliated and trampled him to her heart's content. The wound on his back was constantly bleeding. It was a shocking sight. None of you are allowed to interfere. This woman must be ended by me personally. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. That's right. He was laughing. There was an unprecedented madness in his words. The two looked at each other and temporarily restrained themselves. You want to end me personally? Don't you understand the current situation? Trash like you, if one comes I will kill one. If a pair comes I will kill a pair. Because no one can pass the seal of the sealed god domain. Dong Xn laughed contemptuously. Sealed god domain? It is indeed out of my expectations. But it can only seal divine power, the power of law, and the strength of the physical body. It can't seal the battle soul. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. This was a great humiliation. Other than facing the ice dragon and the small beast, he had never been trampled under someone's foot like this. How embarrassing. Dong Xian exerted force on her foot and the white-eyed wolf's body sank into the ground. She sneered, the sealed god domain can't seal your battle soul, but so what? I know the ability of your battle soul. I can completely interrupt it before it is taken away. Don't waste your time. Today is the day you die. Ha, ha, the white-eyed wolf's sinister laughter came from the ground. Because his entire head had sunk into the ground, his voice was a little muffled. Dong Xian raised her eyebrows. The laughter made her feel uneasy. Even little Qin Zi and little Crazy don't dare to say that they understand my battle soul, let alone you. Come out. Fourth innate superpower. Roar. As the white-eyed wolf roared, a golden light shone brightly. A golden beast shadow rushed into the sky. Its feet stepped on the ground and its head reached the sky. It was as if a supreme beast had been born. The invisible beast's aura swept out in all directions like a tide. Dong Xan was caught off guard and was sent flying by the aura on the spot. What's going on? Fourth innate superpower? Qin Feiyang and Crazy looked at each other. The first innate superpower, deprive battle soul. The second innate superpower, deprive cultivation. The third innate superpower, deprive law. This was known to everyone. But when did a fourth innate superpower appear? The monarch and the other two, Lu Xingyang and Crazy, including the two men and one woman, all looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. The white-eyed wolf slowly got up. His body was covered in blood and mud. Suddenly, he turned and stared at Dong Xian. Dong Xian had already calmed down. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's eyes, a chill rose in her heart uncontrollably. She didn't dare to delay any longer. All the ultimate innate superpower appeared. 4 of the ultimate innate superpower attacked the white-eyed wolf. The other 3 ultimate innate superpower attacked the golden beast shadow. This was a two-pronged attack. From the moment you met me, your failure has already been destined. But you are also quite honored. Because even little Qinzi and Crazy have never seen my 4th innate superpower. Similarly, this is also the first time I have activated my 4th innate superpower. You be prepared. The white-eyed wolf said coldly. As his voice fell, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the golden beast shadow, roaring, "Show your true appearance." Croak. Immediately, a frog's croak resounded like thunder, shaking all directions. Qin Feiyang and Crazy were surprised. Wasn't it the roar of a beast? Why did it suddenly become a frog's croak? In the next moment, under the two's incredulous gazes, the blurry outline of the golden figure quickly solidified. Very quickly, a huge golden frog appeared in the sky. It was as huge as a mountain, covered with golden scales like dragon scales. The beast aura emitted from its body was even more unparalleled. This is... Qin Feiyang and Crazy looked at the frog, their hearts set off stormy waves. Wasn't this the golden small beast, the sky-swallowing beast? That's right. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul in front of them looked exactly the same as the golden small beast. Even their gazes and postures seemed to have been carved from the same mold. What was going on? Why was the white-eyed wolf's battle soul the sky-swallowing beast? In the past, when they saw the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, they had always been very curious. What kind of beast was this to have such a terrifying innate superpower? But because the outline of the battle soul was very blurry in the past, they couldn't distinguish it. However, they never expected that the battle soul that clearly appeared at this moment was their mortal enemy, the sky-swallowing beast. What is his relationship with the sky-swallowing beast? The monarch, the divine king, the human race's sovereign, Lu Jijin, and the inner demons were all stunned by this sudden scene. Needless to say, the inner demons and Lu Jijin had already seen the golden small beast when they were on the second level of the miracle. And the monarch, the divine king, the human race's sovereign, had also witnessed the ice dragon and the small beast when they came to the divine kingdom to rescue Qin Feiyang and the others. At that time, the strength that the small beast displayed was simply despairing. Even all these years, whenever they recalled that scene, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Because that was an existence that even their divine kingdom's sovereign was afraid of. But now, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul was actually the sky-swallowing beast. This made them begin to suspect the relationship between the white-eyed wolf and the sky-swallowing beast. At the same time, Dong Exen, the two men and one woman looked at the sky-swallowing beast that had revealed its true appearance, and their faces were full of shock. Although the fourth innate superpower had not appeared yet, an ominous premonition had already risen in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, Dong Xian's 7 ultimate mysteries had already arrived in front of the white-eyed wolf and the golden beast. Her life was at stake. However, the white-eyed wolf was not afraid in the face of danger, and he laughed sinisterly. Open your eyes wide and see what a truly heaven-defying technique is. Fourth innate superpower, swallow. The sky-swallowing beast battle soul opened its bloody mouth. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in this world. Immediately, the 7 ultimate mysteries flew uncontrollably toward the bloody mouth. How is this possible? Dong Xian was dumbfounded. This was her ultimate mysteries. But at this moment, she was unable to control these 7 ultimate mysteries, and could only watch as the 7 ultimate mysteries flew into the bloody mouth. At the instant when the 7 ultimate mysteries flew into that enormous mouth, the crowd present were all stunned. 7 ultimate mysteries that contained the will of the heavenly way, but after entering the bloody mouth, they didn't even cause the slightest disturbance and were directly swallowed by the sky-swallowing beast battle soul. The 7 ultimate mysteries disappeared just like that, as if they had never existed from the beginning to the end. Chapter 42-26. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. In an instant, he had devoured 7 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, and they were even ultimate profundities that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Wasn't this like cheating? It's too similar, Lunatic murmured. And Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then, when he comprehended the ultimate law of life and death, the golden small beast appeared and swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. It could only be described as shocking. Despair and tremble. The white-eyed wolf laughed and roared, continue to swallow. The battle soul opened its mouth wide. The force that enveloped the white-eyed wolf and sealed him also flew toward the mouth. It can even swallow this? Dong Xian's eyes widened in anger. My battle soul is omnipotent. The white-eyed wolf was domineering. With the disappearance of this power, the sealed power, divine power, and law energy erupted like a volcano. This is impossible, I must be dreaming. Dong Xian shook her head. Her face was filled with disbelief. Go to hell. The white-eyed wolf smiled and 6 ultimate laws appeared, shattering the void and the earth as he charged toward Dong Xian. You want to kill me? You don't have the ability. Dong Xian also became ferocious. She activated the 7 ultimate laws again and charged forward aggressively. Don't you understand? As long as the 4th special ability is activated, all your methods will be meaningless. Swallow. The white-eyed wolf roared, and the 7 ultimate mysteries flew uncontrollably toward the bloody maw. However, they disappeared into the bloody maw in an instant, not causing any waves at all. But the white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimate laws were still there. Dong Xian was at a loss of what to do when she saw the 6 profound meanings rushing toward her. Her biggest trump card was the sealed god domain. But now, the sealed god domain could not seal the white-eyed wolf's divine force, power and law force. In other words, she could only take a beating now. Golden-winged wolf king. If you have the ability, let's not activate our domains or fighting souls. Let's fight fair and square. She let out a hysterical roar. Are you stupid? Aren't we fighting openly now? The white-eyed wolf laughed contemptuously. Dong Xian was stunned as an indescribable sense of shame rose in her heart. That's right. This was an open and honorable battle. If she still said that, didn't it mean that she was now desperate? What a disgrace. But now she truly had no other choice. She could only watch as the 6 ultimates came at her. Don't give up. But suddenly, a shout was heard. The next moment, along with the terrifying aura, several ultimates appeared and attacked the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul at lightning speed. Too fast. Was too sudden. No one could react in time, including the white-eyed wolf. Along with a loud explosion, several ultimates shot out, shattering the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul. The person who made the move was none other than the young man who was brimming with killing intent. Bastard, you're courting death. Frenzy was stunned as he stared at the young man. Afraid of you? The young man was not afraid at all as he looked at Frenzy provocatively. Below, looking at the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul being shattered, Dong Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Go to hell. With a loud roar, the 7 ultimates appeared once again, bringing with them the power to destroy the world. Without the fighting soul, the white-eyed wolf would not be able to devour her 7 ultimates. 7 ultimates against 6 ultimates. Wasn't this a one-sided battle? Boom. The white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimates were destroyed on the spot. Following that, he suffered a fatal blow as his huge body fell to the ground, covered in blood and flesh. The final winner is me. Dong Xian laughed. It's you? Don't joke around. If I want to kill someone, even a heaven god can't stop me. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly as his injured body leaped up and pounced on Dong Xian. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his dense fangs as he tore Dong Xian's body apart. Ah! With a shrill scream, Dong Xian's divine soul escaped and flew toward the 2 men and the woman without looking back. Her expression was filled with fear. This was simply a lunatic. Hee. The white-eyed wolf stood proudly on the broken ground as he stared at the fleeing Dong Xian. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were pieces of flesh hanging from his fangs. He looked extremely terrifying. He really looked like a hungry wolf that wanted to devour people. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Even if I'm seriously injured, I can't be careless. The 2 men and the woman were also greatly shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a crazy person. No, a wolf. This was the first time they had seen such a crazy wolf. Even if someone helps you, you can't win. Do you understand? The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Xian's divine soul and laughed. Then, as if he had lost all his strength, he fell to the ground. The madman's expression darkened as he took a step forward and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. He checked the white-eyed wolf's injuries and heaved a sigh of relief. He was only seriously injured and unconscious. There was no danger to his life. Then, he hugged the white-eyed wolf and rolled up the pair of golden wings that had been torn off. He rushed to Qin Feiyang and said, "Send him to the Black Tortoise world to heal." Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the white-eyed wolf and the pair of golden wings disappeared. With the mermaid princess around, no matter how serious the injuries were, it didn't matter. However, the young man's actions had completely infuriated them. Whoosh! The madman turned around and took a step forward. He pointed at the young man and a murderous aura erupted from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a demon king. "Come and accept your death." The other young man glanced at the madman and said in a low voice, "Dong Ping, be careful." "Don't worry. I won't underestimate him." Dong Ping glanced at Dong Xian. This was the price of underestimating the other party. And they absolutely couldn't lose this battle. Otherwise they, the peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty, would really become a joke. Whoosh! Dong Ping took a step forward and landed in front of the madman. Boom! The powerful auras of the two surged out at the same time and collided in the air. Just the collision of their auras caused the entire place to turn dark. "You like to interfere, huh? I'll cripple this pair of dog paws first." The madman laughed angrily and raised his hand to punch. "Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Dong Ping's blood-red hair fluttered as he punched without dodging. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. The moment they collided, a terrifying wave of blood roared out. This was the madman's power of all evil. One must know. The power of a casual punch from the madman was comparable to the ultimate esoteric law. With a crisp crack, Dong Ping's arm shattered on the spot. The intense pain caused Dong Ping to howl miserably. The madman's eyes were blood-red as he took the opportunity to grab Dong Ping's other arm and roared, "This is the price of meddling in other people's business." With a furious roar, he suddenly exerted force and tore off Dong Ping's arm. Blood flowed out from the wound. "This is the power of all evil? So fierce." The inner demons whispered. "This power is very similar to the power of the god race mark. However, just the power of all evil alone shouldn't be able to defeat Dong Ping." Lu Jejin scanned the battlefield. The white-eyed wolf's strength was already obvious to all, so how strong was this madman? It was really exciting. Battlefield. Dong Ping looked at the wounds on his shoulders. The intense pain made his face look particularly ferocious at this moment. However, he wasn't worried or nervous because of this. Instead, a crazy smile crept up on his face. Undead domain open. Suddenly, with a low shout, a bloody light emerged. In an instant, a blood-red barrier appeared around his body. It was only half a foot long. Like the sealed god domain, there were mysterious blood-red runes floating inside. Undead domain? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be one of the so-called 5 great domains? Without waiting for everyone to react, an astonishing scene appeared. The moment the undead domain opened, Dong Ping's 2 lost arms began to reconstruct immediately. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arms were regenerated. Looking again, there were no scars at all. How is this possible? Whether it was the king and the other 2 or the inner demons, their hearts were filled with shock. The so-called undead domain, could it be a domain that couldn't be killed? Now you know. I am not someone you can shake. In my eyes, you are just an ant struggling with all your might. Dong Ping stared at the madman and smiled. Streaks of ultimate meaning appeared, and the will of heaven surged, erupting with monstrous power. It was also the ultimate meaning of the 7 strongest laws. This was the strength of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty? Almost every one of them was in existence on the level of the king, the divine king, or the supreme. In order to cultivate them, the king of the Central Dynasty must have spent a lot of effort. In this way, if he killed them, the king of the Central Dynasty would definitely be heartbroken. The madman's killing intent was brewing. Boom. The 7 ultimate meanings suddenly attacked, and the terrifying aura annihilated the sky. An ant wants to compete with the sun and moon. Do you think it is possible? The madman's face was full of disdain. Boom. His 7-foot body emitted a bloody light and instantly turned into a 10,000-foot tall giant. He can change his color? The inner demons were surprised. When you and little cousin were in seclusion, I inquired about the madman's situation. It seems that this is the true body of the blood demon king in his previous life. Lu Jejin explained. So that's the case. I thought he was the same as us. So he's a monster. The inner demons were surprised. Lu Jejin rolled his eyes. Who would say that about their companions? On the battlefield, the madman activated the 2 ultimate meanings of the law of death and the law of space. The will of heaven and the seal of all evil erupted at the same time. The terrifying aura he emitted instantly soared to an unprecedented level. In an instant, their ultimate power Upanishads collided. Madman, on the other hand, had used only 2 ultimate profundities to crush Dong Ping's 7 ultimate profundities. This was the strength of the power of all evil. The madman who possessed the power of all evil was equivalent to having 2 wills of heaven. He is indeed very strong. In the sky, the man and woman whispered. Such strength was already invincible in the same realm. No matter how strong he is, he will still die in front of Dong Ping. Dong Xian's divine soul sneered. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and resentment. Chapter 42:27. So confident? When Qin Feiyang heard Dong Xian's words, he frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Dong Ping. What kind of ability does this person have? Boom. The madman's 2 ultimate profound meanings crushed Dong Ping's 7 ultimate profound meanings as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, drowning Dong Ping. Dong Ping's physical body continued to shatter. Blood continued to spurt out. However, even so, the undying domain did not collapse. The blood runes inside did not disappear either. As Dong Ping was about to be destroyed, the crimson runes emitted a blinding crimson glow. However, Dong Ping managed to reconstruct his flesh in the blink of an eye. Looking again, apart from the blood all over his body, there was no trace of injury. Impossible. Madman was stunned. The power of 10,000 evil plus the will of the heavenly Tao couldn't kill Dong Ping? What a familiar scene. Qin Feiyang whispered. Such a situation seemed familiar. Wait a minute. Zhuge Mingyang. That's right. It was Zhuge Mingyang. Back then, Zhuge Mingyang mastered the undying demon technique and couldn't be killed. Not only could he not be killed, but he also became stronger every time he died. At that time, in order to completely get rid of Zhuge Mingyang, they spent a lot of effort. Boom. Just as Qin Feiyang was surprised, Dong Ping once again activated the 7 ultimates and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. This time, the power released by the 7 ultimates was obviously stronger than before. Could it be that even this is the same? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Every time Dong Ping was seriously injured, the power of the ultimates would become stronger? If that was the case, then how powerful would Dong Ping's final ultimates be? It was hard to imagine. He really became an unkillable cockroach? Madman raised his brows. He really didn't believe it. Boom. The 6 ultimates were all activated. The will of the heavenly Tao and the seal of all evil combined, erupting with a destructive aura. Shatter for me. With a roar, the 6 ultimate mysteries shot out furiously. This time, Dong Ping was even more direct. He did not counterattack. Instead, he took the initiative to open his hand and welcome the descent of the 6 ultimate mysteries. His eyes were filled with disdain for the madman. Rumble. The 6 ultimates attacked, and Dong Ping's body was shattered again. The undying domain also collapsed. Madman was overjoyed. That was all there was to it. However, in the next moment his body stiffened and he was about to go crazy. Although the undying domain had collapsed, the blood-colored runes inside did not disappear. Instead, they had all fused with Dong Ping's flesh. This is the true face of the undying domain. As long as the runes fuse with Dong Ping, he will truly have an immortal body. Dong Xian sneered. As expected. In the blink of an eye, Dong Ping's shattered fleshly body was reformed. Boom. Furthermore, after he activated the 7 ultimate profundities, his power increased by another level. Not good. Senior brother, doing this will only make him stronger and stronger. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. This undying domain is very similar to Zhuge Mingyang's undying demon technique. As long as there is a bit of flesh, even a strand of hair, it can quickly regenerate. If you want to kill him, you must have absolute strength to instantly destroy his body and soul. Otherwise it will be useless. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. So that's how it is. Madman's heart sank. Although he had never seen Zhuge Mingyang with his own eyes, he had been with Qin Feiyang and the others for so many years. He had also heard of Zhuge Mingyang's situation from them. So that's how it is. It seems that he will be in for a bitter battle. Because now he had revealed almost all of his strength. 6 ultimate profundities, will of heaven, power of all evil. However, even so he still couldn't kill Dong Ping. What does this mean? It means he indeed didn't have the ability to instantly destroy Dong Ping's body and soul. The most terrifying thing was, for ordinary people, no matter how strong they are, as long as their sea of qi and soul are severely damaged, their combat power will decline. But this Dong Ping relied on the undying domain. Even if you destroy his sea of qi and soul, he can quickly come back from the dead. In short, all your efforts will be in vain in the end. If one's mind is firm, then it's still fine and won't collapse. But if one's state of mind isn't stable facing such a situation, one will gradually become discouraged, powerless, desperate and eventually collapse and give up. So, fighting with someone like Dong Ping is not only a physical burden, but also a test of one's mental and willpower. Come on. What means do you have? Come at me. Dong Ping laughed. Madman was silent. If he can't kill him, he will become stronger and stronger instead. This caused him to not dare to act rashly. Because the current Dong Ping must be eager for him to kill him. What? Don't dare to make a move? Afraid that I will become stronger and stronger? Haha. If you don't make a move, I will. Let's see how long you can last. Dong Ping laughed wildly. His bloody hair danced in the air like the reincarnation of a demon king. Bang. The next moment, 7 ultimate profound meanings charged at Madman. Madman activated instant time and didn't dare to fight head-on. He kept dodging as he thought of a countermeasure. If you continue like this, you can only take a beating. So, you better go all out. Dong Ping took a step forward. He also mastered the law of time. Instant time was used to the limit as he punched at Madman. Bang. Madman spurted out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. His entire body was like a meteorite as he smashed into the ground below. Bastard. This made Madman furious. He leaped up and instantly rushed into the sky. 6 ultimate profound meanings roared out, carrying the power to destroy the world as they charged at Dong Ping. Yes, 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 that's it. This way I can become stronger. Dong Ping laughed wildly. He actually took the initiative to face the 6 ultimate profound meanings. With a loud bang, Dong Ping's body shattered, but the next moment he was reborn. With the activation of the ultimate profound meaning, the power he emitted was almost catching up to Madman. One has to know. The combination of Madman's will of heaven and the power of all evil, how terrifying was that? But now, with just a few serious injuries, the lethality of Dong Ping's ultimate profound was almost catching up to Madman. Although it was similar to the Undying Demon technique, the entire Undying domain was many times stronger than the Undying Demon technique. Back then, how did you guys kill Zhuge Mingyang? Madman roared. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel upset at this moment. There was no way to continue the fight. Back then, Zhuge Mingyang was killed by Big Cousin. Big Cousin used his overwhelming strength to burn him to ashes. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's only possible if you have overwhelming strength. Madman was dumbfounded. The key point was that he didn't have the strength to suppress Dong Ping. Could it be that he was going to lose here? That would be too shameful. No. If he really lost here, he would definitely be laughed at by the white-eyed wolf. Don't be polite, continue. Dong Ping laughed maniacally. His strengthened 7 ultimate profound meanings shattered the sky as he charged at Madman. This was forcing Madman to make a move. Chapter 42-28. This is bad. Lunatic is really in danger. In the distance, the king muttered. Yes. Who would have thought that Dong Ping would have such a heaven-defying method? 5 domains, 5 peerless geniuses? Could it be that the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty are the owners of the 5 domains? The divine king was surprised. That's possible. Otherwise, why would these people be so confident in front of Qin Feiyang and the others? The God-sealing domain has the ability to seal divine power, and the power of laws. The undying domain allows Dong Ping to have an undying body. If these 2 domains are so powerful, what about the other 3? What kind of heaven-defying power do they have? The human race's supremacy murmured. It was unimaginable. Why were the young people of this generation more and more powerful? Even these people of the older generation couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Why didn't the Ice Dragon tell us that there are 5 domains in the world? On the other side, the inner demons turned to look at Lu Jiejin and frowned. Then you'll have to ask him. Speaking of which, we're also responsible. After hiding in the Central Dynasty for so many years, we didn't get such important information. Lu Jiejin sighed. Everyone in the Central Dynasty knew about the 5 peerless geniuses. But only the Emperor of the Central Dynasty had seen the 5 peerless geniuses. Of course, the sovereign of the Divine King must have seen them. In fact, Lu Jiejin had been looking for information about the 5 peerless geniuses in the Central Dynasty, but he couldn't find a chance. It could only be said that the Emperor was too good at keeping secrets. The inner demons glanced at Dong Xan and the others and frowned. 5 peerless geniuses, why are there only 4? Where's the other one? Hearing this, Lu Jiejin's heart skipped a beat and quickly looked around. That's right. Where's the other one? It can't be that only 4 came. Could the other one be hiding somewhere and secretly watching the battlefield? On the battlefield, the mad scientist was completely suppressed. His 10,000 feet tall body was covered in blood. The situation he was facing now was that he didn't dare to act rashly, which made him extremely sullen. Don't hesitate. If you don't fight back, you'll die. It wouldn't be worth it to die just like that. Dong Ping laughed loudly, and his arrogance grew more and more arrogant. That disdainful gaze was as if he was looking at an ant that was constantly struggling to survive. Senior brother, you must calm down. Qin Feiyang muttered. Now was not the time to panic. Because once one's mind was in chaos, a disaster would inevitably befall them. But to be honest, even he couldn't think of any way to deal with Dong Ping. Of course, his own strength was definitely enough. The law of life and death, 6 supreme laws, 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, and 3,000 incarnations. With all these means added together, he could easily kill Dong Ping, not giving him a chance to be reborn. But now Dong Ping was no match for him. Qin Feiyang was well aware of the madman's methods. It was almost impossible to defeat Dong Ping unless a miracle or an unforeseen event occurred. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. It was like the eve of a storm. After experiencing 2 great battles, the ground here had long been damaged beyond recognition. Do you know what you look like now? Dong Ping laughed out loud and shamelessly humiliated him. Now you're just like a turtle, shrinking your neck and running away like a rat. Trash, like you can only be arrogant in the 4 great continents. If you go to our Central Dynasty, you're worse than a dog. Hearing this, the madman suddenly raised his head and looked at Dong Ping. A dog should also live with some dignity. But now you don't even have the least bit of dignity. How pitiful. Why don't you wag your tail at me now? Maybe I will be magnanimous and spare your dog life? Dong Ping's face was full of ridicule. He was deliberately angering the madman. Because if the madman kept avoiding the battle, it would be quite difficult for him to kill the madman. After all, the madman also had instant time. But if he could anger the madman and make him attack with all his strength, he only needed to be seriously injured once more. Then his 7 ultimate mysteries would be able to compete with the madman's power of all evil and will of the heavenly Tao. In this way, the chances of killing the madman would be greater. He got what he wanted. The madman was completely enraged. Thinking back, when and where had he suffered such humiliation? Boom. The power of the 6 ultimate mysteries, will of the heavenly Tao, and all evil seal erupted. A terrifying aura and monstrous fury swept through the world. Not good. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and was ready to rescue the madman at any time. Yes, that's it. This is the demeanor a man should have. Come. Don't hold back and kill me. As long as you can kill me, you will have the ability to sweep through the divine kingdom. Dong Ping laughed wildly and faced the madman's 6 ultimate mysteries. I'll fulfill your wish. The madman laughed. His voice was like a demon from hell, making one's heart involuntarily feel a chill. In the next moment, a bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows. Battle Soul Blood Eye open. Dong Ping's arrogant attitude suddenly froze. His body, from his feet to his head, began to petrify. That's right. As long as this person is petrified, his undying domain will collapse. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whether it was the profound laws, battle soul, or domain, they all needed to be controlled by one's consciousness. If Dong Ping was petrified, he would naturally lose consciousness. After losing consciousness, the undying domain would automatically close. Without the undying domain, wouldn't Dong Ping be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? From this, it could be seen that although the madman was angry, he had not lost his mind. The petrification process was not fast. After all, Dong Ping's strength was right in front of him. However, it was much faster than the white-eyed wolf depriving him of his cultivation and dharma laws. In a short while, Dong Ping's entire head entered a petrified state. Naive. Right at this moment, Dong Ping's voice could be heard. This was the voice of the divine soul. In other words, although his head was petrified, the divine soul inside had not been petrified. As his voice fell, a mighty force of law surged out and forcefully cut off the madman's petrification. Subsequently, he once again broke through the air and faced the 6 ultimate mysteries. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, Dong Ping's body shattered. Qin Feiyang, the monarch, Lu Jiajin, and the inner demons couldn't help but twitch their eyelids when they saw this scene. In the next moment, Dong Ping was reborn again and said in ecstasy, "The real battle has just begun." Boom. The 7 ultimate mysteries roared out, emitting a divine aura that was on par with the madman's ultimate mysteries. Come on. You have no choice, go all out and fight. Dong Ping let out a long roar and charged towards the madman with the 7 ultimate mysteries. Chapter 42-29. Madman's eyes flashed with a cold light as he activated his 6 ultimate mysteries and charged forward. As expected. Accompanied by an enormous rumbling sound, each of Dong Ping's 7 ultimates was comparable to the madman's ultimates. One must know. Madman had activated the will of the heavenly Tao and the seal of all evil at the same time. In other words, Madman's seal of all evil no longer had any advantage. Not only did he not have any advantage, he was also at a disadvantage. Because he only had 6 ultimate mysteries while Dong Ping had 7, he had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Boom. There was no suspense. Dong Ping's 7 ultimate profundities smashed through Madman's 6 ultimate profundities. The next moment, Madman suffered a fatal injury. His entire body was dripping with blood as he smashed into the ground below, his face pale. How is it? Now you know how terrifying I am. Do you feel despair? Dong Ping laughed. As his voice fell, he seemed to have transformed into a god of death as he charged towards Madman. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang put down his teacup as a murderous aura spread out from his body. The man and woman next to Dong Xen immediately looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Old Qin, sit properly for me, there's no need for you to interfere. Madman also felt Qin Feiyang's aura and immediately raised his head and shouted. Immediately after, he got up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth. Believe me, I will definitely not lose. Looking at Madman's firm eyes, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and picked up his teacup again. He calmed down and drank his tea while silently watching the battle. In my previous life I have already lost to your divine kingdom once. So in this life I must not lose again. Madman stared at Dong Ping and roared as waves of blood surged out from his body. This was the aura of all evil. He was the embodiment of all evil, dominating all evil in the world. The aura of all evil enveloped the entire area. Dong Ping immediately felt that this aura of all evil was crazily drilling into his body, devouring his divine soul, divine power, law power, and even his bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Dong Ping couldn't help but frown. As one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, he was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. However, at this moment, the madman's evil power was something he had never seen before. In other words, he had never seen such a terrifying evil force before. It was no exaggeration to say that. As long as a living being did not possess the will of the heavenly Tao, they would not be able to resist this evil power. Furthermore, in a trance, he sensed a dangerous aura from the madman. This made him want to end the battle as soon as possible. Because Dong Xn was a good example. Oh, speaking of which, the madman was even more unpredictable than the white-eyed wolf. This was because the white-eyed wolf's 4th innate ability had existed for a long time, but he had never revealed it. Thus, regardless of whether Dong Xin had been careless or not, her defeat was already set in stone the moment the battle began. But a lunatic was different. The madman had indeed reached the end of his road. The reason why he was able to continue fighting was because of his unyielding spirit. In battle, such people were the most terrifying. Because you didn't know what would happen in the next moment. If he accidentally stimulated the other party's potential and comprehended some peerless killing technique, he would instead become the other party's training stone. Thus, ending the battle quickly and ending the other party's life as soon as possible was the wisest choice. If I send you to hell now, even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you. Dong Ping roared. The 7 ultimate laws carried monstrous killing intent as they crazily attacked. Then come and try. The madman's roar resounded through the sky. The 6 ultimates and the force of 10,000 evil turned into a torrent that devoured the sky and collided with the 7 ultimates. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the 13 ultimate laws and the power of all evil shattered at the same time in the void, erupting with a destructive aura that spread in all directions. How is this possible? In the sky, Dong Xin and the other 2 were stunned. That power of all evil was actually able to compete with an ultimate law that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Dong Ping had 7 ultimate profound meanings. The madman had 6 ultimate laws. There was a difference of 1. In other words, the power of all evil filled the gap of 1 ultimate law. One must know. Although the madman's power of all evil was powerful, it was only equivalent to the lethality of a low-level sovereign weapon. The lethality of a low-level sovereign weapon didn't contain the will of the heavenly Tao. If it was an ultimate law that contained the will of the heavenly Tao, the low-level sovereign weapon would only be crushed. In other words, the madman's power of all evil was only able to compete with an ultimate law that didn't contain the will of the heavenly Tao. But now, the lethality of this power of all evil was actually able to compete with an ultimate law that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. What did this mean? It meant, at this moment, the lethality of the power of all evil had increased by a large margin. Is this a miracle? Qin Feiyang murmured. It seemed that Dong Ping's suppression had indeed stimulated his senior brother's potential. He wanted to seek a breakthrough in battle. This is impossible. Dong Ping was dumbfounded on the spot. The previous power of all evil wasn't even this strong. How did it increase by so much? Could it be that what he was worried about would really happen? He would become the madman's training stone and help the madman comprehend a peerless killing technique? No. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Dong Ping's face turned sinister. If such a thing really happened, then he would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. No matter what means you have, you will die, you will die. He was like a mad beast. His 7 ultimate profundities appeared out of nowhere. Then he charged furiously at Madman with his 7 ultimate profundities. You don't have the ability. The madman laughed. Although he was extremely weak, his spirit of never admitting defeat, that unyielding fighting spirit, was like a demon god making others revere him. Boom. The power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws shattered heaven and earth. However, just as they were about to collide, a sneer crept up Dong Ping's face. The 7 ultimate mysteries instantly dissipated. The madman was shocked. What was this person trying to do? But in the next moment he understood Dong Ping's intention. Dong Ping was actually using his flesh and blood to crash into the power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws. How could a mere body of flesh and blood be a match for the power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws? Dong Ping's body shattered on the spot and blood splattered across the sky. But, did you think he was dead? No, he wasn't dead. He was borrowing the madman's power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws to once again increase his strength. It can still be increased? Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. Could it be that this undying domain was as limitless as the slaughter domain? Haha, what a stupid guy. A terrifying fluctuation collapsed this part of heaven and earth. It was also at this moment that a maniacal laughter suddenly rang out from the collapsing void. Following closely, a blood-colored figure appeared in the void in front of him. Blood hair fluttered and a murderous aura filled the sky. If it wasn't Dong Ping, who else could it be? The undying domain allowed him to be reborn again. Looking at the lively Dong Ping, the madman's face was gloomy to the extreme. Can he really not be killed? No. It must be possible. The madman roared in his heart, and with a surging aura, he rushed into the sky and charged towards Dong Ping. The current, you can't even be considered an ant. Experience what true despair is. Dong Ping laughed sinisterly. The 7 ultimate laws appeared, and along with the eruption of the will of the heavenly Tao, the terrifying divine might had already surpassed the madman. Senior brother, Qin Feiyang whispered, his heart filled with worry. Although he was willing to believe in the madman, the current Dong Ping's combat strength was too terrifying. Moreover, if he was unable to kill Dong Ping in an instant, his combat strength would soar. This was equivalent to a bottomless abyss, enough to make anyone despair. In an instant, the madman and Dong Ping once again clashed. Dong Ping, who had become stronger once again, was like a god descending to the mortal world, crushing over and directly smashing the madman into the ground. The madman's body was torn apart on the spot. I want to see if you're still not dead. Dong Ping's face was sinister as the power of law poured out, turning into a torrent that covered the sky. With a loud bang, the madman was drowned. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and stared at the ground below. The madman was drowned by the power of law and his figure could no longer be seen. But he could sense the madman's aura. His aura was rapidly dissipating. Don't make a move, suddenly. The madman's weak voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Still not allowing me to make a move? Qin Feiyang frowned. What did he want to do? However, since it was the madman's own request, he could only comply and return to his seat again, but his heart was extremely perturbed. Facing such a situation, could his senior brother survive? Go to hell, go to hell. Dong Ping was like a madman as the power of law crazily bombarded down. The ground collapsed and the abyss was densely covered. Dust and smoke shrouded the world. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. The madman's life fluctuations had actually completely dissipated. What did this mean? It meant that the madman's soul might have been destroyed. He suddenly couldn't help but clench his hands, his heart was filled with regret. He should have decisively made a move and not listened to his senior brother. Ha! Dong Ping laughed loudly. Finally this disaster was solved. Dong Xan and the other 2 also revealed a smile on their faces. Looking at the king and the other 2, Lu Jiejin and Dong Ping were also like Qin Feiyang, their hands tightly clenched together. The madman who dominated the Sky Cloud realm and the Divine Kingdom had fallen just like that? Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, suppressing the grief and anger in his heart. His eyes suddenly opened and 2 blood-red murderous auras burst out. Dong Xn and the other 3 were shocked and immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang. All of you come together. Qin Feiyang got up and said coldly. Arrogant. The 4 were furious. Even if there were 3,000 incarnations, the eye of heaven and the law of life and death, one shouldn't be so rampant. Chapter 42:30. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, an arrogant and unyielding laugh echoed throughout the area. This is... Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he quickly scanned the void. That's right. This was the laughter of the madman. But how was this possible? The life fluctuations of the madman had already disappeared, so why was there still his laughter? At the same time, Dong Ping's group of 4, the king's group of 3, and Lu Jiejin's group were all looking at the void in bewilderment. However, looking around, they didn't see the figure of the madman at all. Only that laughter continued to reverberate between heaven and earth, not dissipating for a long time. I still have to thank you, this time. The voice was even clearer, but they couldn't capture the location as if it was a ghost-like existence. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Get out here for me. Dong Ping roared. Not dead? Don't joke around. The life fluctuations had already disappeared, how could he still be alive? So he was certain that someone must be playing tricks. Ha! The laughter of the madman sounded again, ethereal and uncertain. At the next moment, a strange scene appeared. With this battlefield as the center, evil aura from all directions crazily rushed over here. There was evil aura, evil aura. In short, all kinds of evil forces were gathering here at this moment. Even at this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others could clearly feel that the murderous aura and evil aura lurking in their bodies were uncontrollably breaking out of their bodies. What's going on? Several of them were bewildered. It was as if there was an invisible force that was frantically extracting the murderous aura and evil aura from their bodies. In the name of the madman, I summon all the evil forces in the world, shape the true body of all evil, and display the might of all evil. The madman's voice sounded again, bringing with it a great majesty. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood-red clouds rolled over, and bolts of blood-red lightning roared in all directions. When one looked up, it was like a sea of blood was at the peak of the sky, as if a peerless demon king was about to be born. Moreover, the evil aura coming from all directions became more and more terrifying. At this moment, if someone was standing at the peak of the clouds, they would definitely be able to see a shocking scene. The sky above the western continent was filled with blood-red energy. This was the power of evil. In other words, at this moment, all the evil forces in the western continent were surging toward them. In the end, these evil forces all gathered at the top of the sky dome, turning into a sea of blood that dyed the void and the land blood-red. What's going on? Dong Ping was seething with anger. Could it be that the madman's potential had been stimulated and he had comprehended some kind of peerless killing technique? No. He suddenly let out a roar, and the 7 ultimate profound meanings appeared. They carried a monstrous might as they charged towards the sea of blood in the sky. However, when the 7 ultimate profundities charged into the blood sea, they were actually devoured by the blood sea. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dong Ping's current combat strength was obvious to all. With his current 7 ultimate profundities, he could kill anyone in an instant. But now, they were all engulfed by that evil power. This was too terrifying. What was going on? Suddenly, the Divine King exclaimed as he stared at the center of the sea of blood. In the center of the sea of blood, a palm-sized imprint gradually appeared. This is the seal of all evil. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Although this imprint was relatively large, it was exactly the same as the madman's previous seal of all evil. In other words, the madman was really not dead. This seal of all evil was now his incarnation. In this world, the power of evil is everywhere. As long as there is a wisp of evil power, even if I am immortal, the heavenly Tao will not be able to erase my divine soul. All evil true body be born. The madman's voice sounded again, like the voice of the heavenly Tao, shaking all directions. The next moment, at the top of the sky dome, all the evil forces surged towards the seal of all evil like a tide. It was like a bottomless pit, absorbing as much as it came. Blood thunder rumbled, deafening. But it was not a heavenly tribulation, but the phenomenon of the birth of a demon king. I don't believe it. Die for me. Dong Ping roared like a madman. The 7 ultimate mysteries evolved again and charged towards the sky. He must not let this person succeed. However, before the 7 ultimate mysteries could reach the sky, a blood-red giant sword appeared at the top of the sky with a clang, emitting an incomparable evil aura. A mere ant dares to challenge the god of all evil? You really don't know what death is. The next moment, accompanied by a cruel laughter, a blood-red-haired youth walked out of the sea of blood, surrounded by blood chi as if he was a god of death that walked out of hell. It was the madman. He really didn't die. Dong Xian and the other two's eyes trembled. Now, not only was the madman unharmed, the aura emitted from his body made them feel fear. I am the ruler of all evil. I will kill all gods and Buddhas that block my path, destroy them for me. The madman looked down at Dong Ping and waved his hand. The blood-red giant sword floating in the sky instantly tore through the sky and slashed towards the 7 ultimate mysteries. Accompanied by a loud bang under everyone's incredulous gazes, Dong Ping's 7 ultimate mysteries were instantly shattered, even more fragile than dead wood. This is too strong. He actually broke the limit of the ultimate mysteries. Everyone present trembled both physically and mentally. This was too heaven-defying. This power was comparable to the sword of faith. No. This can't be real. I don't believe it. Dong Ping shook his head. This must be a dream. Even if it was a peerless killing technique, it was impossible to surpass the limit of the ultimate mysteries. Clang. Just as Dong Ping was distracted, the sword of all evil slashed over. Dong Ping came back to his senses and hurriedly activated momentary time, turned around and ran. But even so, a few sword chi swept over and his body was torn apart on the spot. Undying domain. In the nick of time. Dong Ping roared and his body instantly reassembled. After being seriously injured again, his combat strength increased by another level. However, even so, facing the sword of all evil, he could still feel a fatal crisis. There was no suspense. Even if his combat strength increased by a few more levels, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the demonic power of the sword of all evil. Despair? But I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you crazily suppressing me, I wouldn't have been able to form the true body of all evil. Madman laughed again and again. His brows were also filled with excitement. It was really a blessing in disguise. In the past, he could only control the power of all evil. But now, after forming the true body of all evil, not only could he control all the evil forces in the world, but he could also form an undying body. When Dong Ping heard this, he couldn't help but go crazy. Not only did he fail to get rid of the other party, but he also increased the other party's combat strength by countless times. This was a great humiliation. Don't talk big. In this world, except for the undying domain, nothing is undying. Dong Ping went completely crazy. He rushed into the sky and charged towards Madman. With a loud bang, Madman's body shattered in the sky, and blood dyed the sky red. Even his blood contained the terrifying power of all evil. A drop of blood was enough to shatter a piece of the void. Ah! Dong Ping laughed loudly. Undying body? Don't joke around. In this world only he had an undying body. However, in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end. However, Madman's shattered body was quickly reconstructed and he appeared in front of Dong Ping without any injuries. How is it? The corner of Madman's mouth raised. No. I don't believe it. Dong Ping roared and attacked again. Madman's body shattered again. Dong Ping attacked Madman's divine soul again. Let's see how you can be reborn after I destroy your divine soul. In just a few breaths, Madman's divine soul disappeared. If you still don't die like this, I will chop off my head and let you sit on it. Dong Ping laughed wildly. Is that so? Then chop it off. The next moment, a mocking voice sounded. The evil power surged and the madman appeared in the sky again, full of vigor. Dong Ping was completely dumbfounded. Dong Xian and the other two Qin Feiyang Lu Jiejin, the inner demons, and the king were all dumbfounded. His body shattered, his divine soul dissipated, not to mention ordinary people, even if it was them, only death would await them. However, Madman ran out in the blink of an eye, alive and kicking. Don't think that this was a small matter. What was the most frightening thing in a battle? Without a doubt, it was having one's Qi destroyed and one's divine soul damaged. Once the Qi was destroyed, no matter how strong one was, they would become a cripple. When one's divine soul was damaged, one's combat strength would also be greatly reduced. Just like Qin Feiyang. He was strong enough, but as long as his Qi was destroyed, whether it was his 3,000 incarnations or the law of life and death, he would not be able to activate them. But Madman was different now. After condensing the all-evil true body, whether it was his Qi being destroyed or his divine soul being damaged, it had no effect on him. In other words, when fighting in the future, he did not have to worry about the consequences of his Qi being destroyed because it could be repaired at any time anyway. Think about it again. How terrifying would it be to fight with such a person? Because he was an invincible existence. No matter how you injured him, he would appear in front of you in the next moment. This guy, I'm afraid even I have no way to kill him. Qin Feiyang murmured. He had the confidence to suppress Madman. The law of life and death, 3,000 incarnations, eye of heaven, and 2 will of heavenly Tao were not to be trifled with. But to kill Madman, he didn't have the confidence to do so now. Because this all-evil true body was much stronger than the undying domain. Although the undying domain could increase one's combat strength every time one was seriously injured, it was not a true undying body. As long as one was strong enough, one could still destroy it. But Madman's all-evil true body, as long as there was evil power in the world, he would be indestructible. Looking back, which place didn't have evil power? So, Madman's all-evil true body was the true undying body. The most terrifying thing was his all-evil sword. Even Dong Ping's current 7 ultimate profound meanings could be easily crushed. This was definitely a peerless killing technique comparable to the Sword of Faith. Chapter 42-31. Continue. I was born with masochism. If I don't get beaten up for a day, my entire body will feel uncomfortable. The madman looked at the hysterical Dong Ping and said with a mocking expression, "Bastard." Dong Ping roared like thunder. "Dong Ping, calm down. Although you can't kill him, he can't kill you either. At most, it will be a tie between the two of you." Dong Xin shouted. This sentence woke Dong Ping up from his dream. Dong Ping suddenly quivered and retreated a distance. Taking a few deep breaths, he looked at the madman and sneered, "So what if you condense the all-evil true body and create the all-evil sword? You still can't defeat me." The madman revealed a smile when he heard this. Looking at this expression, Dong Ping couldn't help but feel guilty. Could it be that the all-evil sword is enough to break his undying legend? "Don't be nervous. Whether I can kill you or not, I will only know after trying." The madman laughed. Accompanied by a loud clang, the all-evil sword appeared and its sharp edge swept in all directions. This place suddenly showed a doomsday scene. Dong Ping once again felt a fatal threat. He swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but feel nervous. Can the undying domain really block this peerless killing technique? "Stand there and don't move. Let's test it properly." The madman grinned. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had just created the all-evil sword, so he wasn't too clear about the lethality of the all-evil sword. "Come." Dong Ping roared. "Haha, you have guts." The madman laughed. Holding the all-evil sword with both hands, he slashed at Dong Ping. Dong Ping stared at the all-evil sword. His pupils constricted as he clenched his fists. His palms were sweating. He knew the limit of the undying domain. But what he didn't know was whether the lethality of the all-evil sword had exceeded this limit. If it didn't, he would have the confidence. But if he did, he would be digging his own grave if he tried. In the blink of an eye, seeing that the all-evil sword was about to attack him, Dong Ping was driven by fear. He activated instant time and retreated with lightning speed to avoid the sword. Madman was stunned. He looked at Dong Ping strangely and said, "I just said you were courageous. Why did you become a coward in the next second? Do you think I'm stupid?" Dong Ping sneered. "I don't care if you're a fool or not. This battle is a matter of life and death." Madman smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the all-evil sword quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a 3-foot-long sword. The madman grabbed the sword of all evil and swung it a few times, gritting his teeth. "This is still more flexible, it's easier to use." Finish speaking. Instant time was activated, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. Under the support of the will of the heavens, the speed of the instant time increased by several times. The madman held the all-evil sword and charged towards Dong Ping. Dong Ping's expression changed slightly. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted as he dodged. "Is this all you've got? You don't even have the courage to fight head-on?" Madman sneered. "Why are you so arrogant?" Dong Ping said furiously. The corner of the madman's mouth curled up. The power of all evil surged, and his speed instantly increased by a large margin. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman's forehead suspiciously. At this time, there was no longer the seal of all evil between the madman's eyebrows. But how could the madman still add the power of all evil to the profound law? And now, the effect of the power of all evil was even stronger than before. In the past, the power of all evil could increase it by about 5 times. But now, it was comparable to the will of the heavens. In other words, even if the madman didn't comprehend the ultimate profound law of life and death, it was equivalent to grasping 2 will of the heavens. This was a qualitative leap. In this world, the only ones who could suppress the madman were those who grasped the 3,000 incarnations and the Devil King true body. At the same time, Dong Ping also had a look of surprise. "I am now the source of all evil, the ruler of all evil. I no longer need the seal of all evil. Moreover, after creating the true body of all evil, the strength of the power of all evil is incomparable to before." The madman smiled proudly, and the all-evil sword slashed out. Caught off guard, Dong Ping's body was directly cut in half. The terrifying sword chi instantly drowned Dong Ping. "Ah!" With a scream, Dong Ping's body that was cut in half was shattered by the sword chi, turning into a blood mist. Undying domain rebirth. His soul roared. The next moment, Dong Ping, who had turned into a blood mist, actually began to reconstruct his body. And the speed was visible to the naked eye. "What?" The madman frowned. This undying domain was so heaven-defying? Even the all-evil sword couldn't erase it? It seemed like the 5 great domains were truly extraordinary. Can't kill me, haha." Dong Ping was extremely excited. As long as the all-evil sword couldn't kill him, then he would have a chance to turn the tables. Because no matter how strong the all-evil sword was, there was still a limit. However, the strengthening of the undying domain was endless. As long as the number of injuries increased, his combat strength would surpass the all-evil sword sooner or later. Laugh your ass. The madman cursed. Another sword slashed out. Dong Ping's body was shattered again. If I don't give you a chance to reconstruct, let's see how you can recover? The madman laughed again and again. The all-evil sword in his hand slashed at Dong Ping's flesh and divine soul again and again. In a breath's time he had slashed out dozens of times. It was as if he was chopping meat. Facing such a torrential attack, Dong Ping gradually panicked. Because he felt that not only could the all-evil sword bring him fatal injuries, there was also an evil aura that was seeping into his flesh and soul. This evil aura was the power of the source of all evil. It was equivalent to saying, Dong Ping was now facing a double blow. Stop. For this battle we admit defeat. The young man who was watching the battle also realized that Dong Ping was in a bad situation and looked at the madman and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Dong Xian and the other woman looked at the young man in surprise. We must admit defeat. Otherwise, facing such an attack, Dong Ping's undying domain will be broken sooner or later, and at that time, his soul will be destroyed. The young man's eyes were gloomy. In the first battle, facing the golden-winged wolf king, Dong Xian was killed without any power to fight back. In the second battle, Dong Ping also suffered the same fate. This is the strength of the madman and the golden-winged wolf king? Sure enough, they had underestimated these people. Admit defeat? The madman raised the corner of his mouth. Although there was no explanation in advance before the battle, whether it was Qin Feiyang's group of 3 or Dong Xian's group of 4, they had already tacitly agreed that this was a life-and-death battle. But now, this young man actually admitted defeat? Isn't this a joke? Do you think I'm playing house and playing with you? Clang. The all-evil sword crazily attacked. Right now, everyone couldn't see the all-evil sword, only an afterimage. One could imagine. The madman's current sword speed was very fast. Suddenly, a blood-colored rune appeared from a blood mist. The madman was stunned. What the hell is this? Not good. But at the same time, Dong Xian's group of 3 had a change of expression. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said in surprise, Senior brother, that is the rune of the undying domain. As long as we shatter it, his undying domain should collapse. After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, the madman also came to a realization. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he slashed at the rune. With a crack, the rune was shattered on the spot. Immediately. In an instant, the madman waved his sword dozens of times. Immediately, another blood-colored rune appeared. With one slash, this blood-colored rune was also shattered. He still hasn't broken the undying domain? The madman frowned. Could it be that he had to shatter all the runes for the undying domain to collapse? We can't let him shatter the undying rune again, otherwise Dong Ping will definitely die. Dong Xian roared. The young man took a deep breath, and the 7 ultimate laws instantly appeared. Then he took a step forward and charged at the madman like lightning. Just you? The madman looked at the young man and slashed out. The 7 ultimate laws were destroyed on the spot. Simply invincible. Immediately after, the sword chi of the all-evil sword turned into a storm that surged toward the young man from all directions. He thought that the young man would be afraid. However, the young man snorted coldly as rays of golden divine light emerged. A golden domain was formed in an instant. Facing the sword chi storm that swept over, the young man's expression remained unchanged. The madman, Qin Feiyang, Lu Jiajin, and the other 2 couldn't help but be surprised by the young man. This was the sword chi of the all-evil sword. Even the ultimate laws that contained the will of the heavenly Tao could be easily defeated, but this young man didn't even have the intention to dodge. So confident? The next moment, the sword chi storm came and drowned the young man. A shocking scene suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The young man stood in the midst of the storm of sword chi, completely unharmed. How could this be? The all-evil sword couldn't hurt this person? Dong Xian looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and sneered, the invincible state of the god-slaying domain, do you think it's a joke? God-slaying domain? Invincible state. Qin Feiyang and the madman were taken aback. Just kidding. Invincible? Is this possible? Just as the madman was distracted, the young man with the golden domain directly crossed the sword chi storm and landed in front of the blood mist formed by Dong Ping. Dong Ping also began to regenerate. But with the 2 undying runes destroyed, the speed of his rebirth had obviously slowed down a lot. The madman came back to his senses and looked at the young man. The young man said indifferently, "Dong Tianchen, please enlighten me. This invincible state of yours, are you serious?" The madman frowned. "You can try." Dong Tianchen was expressionless, but his brows were full of confidence. Clang. The all-evil sword attacked. A sword slashed at Dong Tianchen's domain. Following a loud explosion, terrifying auras burst out from the ground. But Dong Tianchen's god-slaying domain only shook a few times before returning to normal. And Dong Tianchen, who was standing in the god-slaying domain, was not injured at all. This time, the madman was completely dumbfounded. A head-on sword was actually unable to break this god-slaying domain? "Are you playing with me?" Clang. The madman who came back to his senses was instantly enraged. Holding the all-evil sword with both hands, his veins bulged as he attacked without holding back. Boom. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the god-slaying domain was still intact. Chapter 42-32. They're really invincible. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. The god-sealing domain, the undying domain, and the god-slaying domain. Each was more terrifying than the last. Were these the 5 geniuses of the Central Dynasty? They were much more outstanding than the so-called prodigies like Ryuko. No, they couldn't be compared at all. Dong Tianchen and the other 2 were more than enough to kill them instantly. If not for the fact that the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were strong enough, they would have been defeated by these people. At this moment, Dong Ping finally revived. He stared at the mad scientist with murderous intent in his eyes. "What? You want to bully us with numbers? I'll play with you till the end." The mad scientist laughed. Whoosh. Before he could finish his words, the white-eyed wolf also appeared, full of vigor. Dong Xen stared at the white-eyed wolf in shock. How did he recover so quickly? The Eye of Destiny is indeed extraordinary. The other lady who hadn't attacked yet sneered. Even the Eye of Destiny knows about us. It seems like Neptune talked a lot about us when he entered the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf looked at her mockingly. Boom. His aura surged out, and the ingrate landed beside Madman. He looked at Dong Tianchen and laughed. "Invincible domain? Let me try and see if I'm really invincible." Croak. The heaven-swallowing battle soul beast appeared with a croak. A terrifying beast aura enveloped the area. "As you wish." Dong Tianchen smiled coldly. But at this moment, a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. A man in black walked out quickly. He scanned the battlefield with a trace of shock in his eyes. Evidently, he was shocked by the devastation on the battlefield. Then he went straight for Qin Feiyang. "Why did you come back?" Qin Feiyang was confused. It seemed like he was very familiar with the man in black. "We can't fight anymore. Let's go." The man in black sounded very serious. Qin Feiyang seemed to believe the black-clothed man completely. He immediately looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and shouted, "Let's go. Let's fight another day." The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and sneered at Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping. Then they rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed man like lightning. "You want to leave?" "No way." Dong Ping smiled savagely. But just as he was about to give chase, Dong Tianchen stretched out his hand to stop him. He shook his head and said, "Don't give chase. Dong Xin is already seriously injured. It won't do us any good to continue fighting. 3 pieces of trash. Consider yourselves lucky." Dong Ping was arrogant and domineering, cursing and swearing. Qin Feiyang opened the space-time tunnel and prepared to enter. However, when he heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. 3,000 incarnations appeared, and the life and death edict and the 6 ultimate laws instantly appeared. 2 wills of the heavenly Tao exploded. Immediately, 21,000 ultimate profundities charged towards Dong Ping with overwhelming might. It's indeed the life and death edict. Dong Ping's eyes trembled and he couldn't help but feel terrified. This was 21,000 ultimate profundities. Among them there were 3,000 ultimate profundities. There were also 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. It had probably exceeded the limit of the undying domain. Retreat. Dong Tianchen's eyes flickered, and he finally gave the order and retreated with Dong Ping. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He wasn't surprised that Dong Ping retreated. However, Dong Tianchen retreating was somewhat unexpected. Could it be that there was a limit to the invincible state of the god-slaying domain? "Let's go," the black-clothed man urged. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man. What was the matter that made him so anxious? Then, with a wave of his hand, the 3,000 incarnations disappeared. He looked at Dong Ping and said, "Next time remember to pay attention to your manners." Then he turned and entered the space-time tunnel. The black-clothed man, the white-eyed wolf, and the madman followed closely behind. What's going on? Isn't Dong Xingyang in seclusion in the village? Why is he in such a hurry now? And he left in a hurry with Qin Feiyang and the other two? In the distance, the king frowned. That's right. This black-clothed young man who suddenly appeared was Dong Xingyang. It's a little strange. The divine king nodded. Suddenly, he looked shocked and transmitted his voice. Could it be that something happened to the old man and the others? The king looked at the divine king. Don't be nervous. I'm just guessing. The divine king hurriedly comforted him. No. There's definitely something wrong with Dong Xingyang's appearance. The king shook his head and immediately opened a space-time tunnel. Where are you going? The divine king hurriedly asked. The village. The king said in a deep voice. Don't go. If you go now, won't you be suspected of being a prophet? At that time they might suspect you. The divine king hurriedly stopped the king. The king's expression stiffened. What the divine king said did make sense. Don't be impatient. Let's go and meet Dong Ping and the others first. We might be able to get some useful information. Besides, given the old man and the other's strength, the possibility of an accident is not high. The divine king comforted him. All right. The king nodded. What should we do? On the other side. The inner demons turned to look at Lu Jiejin. We've been in the divine kingdom for so long, but we haven't had a chance to take a good look at the scenery of the divine kingdom. Why don't we take this opportunity to walk around? Lu Jiejin said with a smile. Huh. The inner demons were stunned. They were still in the mood to go sightseeing? However, it was not bad. It was rare for them to be free. At the same time, Thousand Phoenix Mountain. The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Xingyang in confusion and asked, Dong Xingyang, what are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry? Dong Xingyang's expression was grave. Wait. Dong Ping, Dong Tianxian, and Dong Xian all have the surname Dong. Could they be your distant relatives? The frenzy laughed strangely. That's right. So you're from the Central Dynasty. You've been lurking around us for so many years. Tell us honestly, what are you up to? The white-eyed wolf also joined in the commotion. When Dong Xingyang heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. In this world, there were even people with the same name and surname, let alone people with the same surname. Stop fooling around. Qin Feiyang stared helplessly at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. Then he looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, What's the matter? Dong Xingyang looked up at the North Continent and said in a deep voice, Not long ago, someone called Dong Hanzong came to the village. He seems to be from the Central Dynasty. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two's expressions changed. Dong Hanzong? Or someone from the Central Dynasty? Could he be one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses who hadn't shown up? If that was the case, then this person's strength must be extraordinary. Because ordinary people wouldn't have the guts to step into that village. As you think, this person's strength is extremely powerful. Especially his domain. Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice. Domain. The 3 of them looked at each other. As long as it was a domain, it must be another unparalleled genius. Dong Xingyang said, His domain seems to be called Inverse the Universe. It can control other people's ultimate profundities. Control the ultimate profundities? The 3 of them were stunned. What did that mean? Dong Xingyang explained, For example, if we activate our ultimate profundities, as long as he activates his domain, he can control our ultimate profundities and use them to kill his enemies. What? There's actually such a heaven-defying method. The 3 of them were shocked. Controlling other people's ultimate profundities? That was too unbelievable. Are you sure? The frenzy asked. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, when Boss Ji fought with Dong Hanzong, not only did he activate 3,000 clones, but he also activated 8 ultimate profundities. I thought that victory was in my hands. But I didn't expect that when Dong Hanzong activated his domain, he could directly control all the ultimate profundities. Boss Ji was caught off guard and almost died in his hands. It was also because I saw how terrifying Dong Hanzong was and learned of Dong Hanzong's true identity that Boss Ji asked me to come find you and tell you to stop fighting. Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice. He actually dares to hurt this group of old men? Let's go. Let's go to the village now. Killing intent surged in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. Don't be impulsive. Dong Xingyang hurriedly pulled the white-eyed wolf and said, If we go to the village now, Isn't it equivalent to admitting our relationship with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? Then what if something happens to these old men? The white-eyed wolf frowned. He had always had a good impression of this group of old men. Don't worry. Dong Hanzong's purpose is to let these old men help him hunt us down. Moreover, these old men are all people of virtue and prestige. He won't dare to kill them. Dong Xingyang comforted him. Hunt us down? Qin Feiyang and the other two frowned. That's right. Judging from Dong Hanzong's attitude, he seems to be blaming the old men. Dong Xingyang nodded. Blaming? What right does he have? Lunatic said angrily. The old men are very strong. If they had attacked us when we entered the Divine Kingdom, we wouldn't have had the chance to grow at all. So Dong Hanzong blamed them for being of virtue and prestige and meddling in worldly affairs. He pushed a large part of the responsibility to them. Dong Xingyang sighed. So, he went to ask the old men to come out of seclusion? Qin Feiyang asked. Don't think so highly of it. As a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, how can he be so humble? What he meant was that the old men would listen to him and work for him in the future. In other words, this Dong Hanzong wants to be the head of the family. Dong Xingyang said. Listen to his orders? He thinks too highly of himself. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang pondered carefully and suddenly said, I understand now. Lord Jiao is worried that Dong Hanzong will bring them to encircle and annihilate us. That's why he asked you to find us in advance and let us quickly retreat. That's what he meant. The 5 great geniuses of the Central Dynasty. And the king, the Divine King, and Jizun. If the old men join in, then no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Dong Xingyang nodded. Bastard. It's best not to hurt these old men. Otherwise, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I won't let them go. The white-eyed wolf roared. You don't have to worry about this. The old men are the elders of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. They are the backbone of the Divine Kingdom. Even if Dong Hanzong wants to kill them, the king of the Central Dynasty won't agree. Moreover, these old men aren't rash people. They will definitely pretend to be polite and deal with Dong Hanzong. Dong Xingyang smiled faintly. He wasn't worried about the situation of these old men at all. Instead, he was most worried about their current situation. Chapter 42-33. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm first. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and led the 3 of them into the tea garden. The white-eyed wolf took out a wine jar, raised his head and gulped down a mouthful. He grinned and said, How's the harvest from your seclusion in the village all these years? Not bad. Dong Xingyang nodded with a smile. You have to work hard. Mu Tianyang, Demon Ancestor, Mu Qin, Demon Dragon, these guys are all working hard to cultivate. Anyway, don't be beaten by them. Compared to Mu Tianyang and the others, the white-eyed wolf admired Dong Xingyang more. Is winning or losing that important? Dong Xingyang shook his head with a wry smile and asked, How is the strength of those 4 unparalleled geniuses? Trash. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. How dare you say that trash can beat you half to death? Quite strong. The God-killing domain, the undying domain, and the sealed God domain all have heaven-defying divine might. Although the other woman didn't make a move, her strength definitely can't be underestimated. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The 5 unparalleled geniuses are all here. They are coming aggressively. We have to be prepared to deal with them. Dong Xingyang sighed. That's right. Dong Tianxin's God-killing domain has an invincible state. Even Laozi's all-evil sword can't break his invincible body. If we really fight, it will probably be a bitter battle. Madman nodded. He wasn't as courageous as the white-eyed wolf. After all, they were the 5 unparalleled geniuses carefully cultivated by the Central Dynasty. They stood at the top of the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. Could be said that the methods of these 5 people were not much different from theirs. Don't worry. Don't we still have Mu Tianyang, Demon Ancestor, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qin and the others? The war between the 2 continents is not a one-on-one fight. At that time we will all swarm up. No matter what kind of heaven-defying domain it is, it will have to kneel down and submit. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were speechless. He was really asking for a beating. However, the white-eyed wolf's relaxed attitude was worth learning from. Wait. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang looked at the madman and asked, What is the all-evil sword? A peerless killing technique that I have just created. Madman bared his teeth. Peerless killing technique? Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Xingyang immediately looked at Madman and said expectantly, "Let me see." Madman smiled and with a wave of his hand, endless evil power emerged and a 3 feet-long sword condensed. But the sharpness was restrained. Otherwise the devil's land would be razed to the ground by the sword qi. Dong Xingyang looked at the all-evil sword in surprise and reached out his hand to touch the blade. A bloodstain immediately appeared on his finger. Moreover, a terrifying evil power crazily poured into Dong Xingyang's body through the wound. Puff. Dong Xingyang's face suddenly turned pale and his face was full of fear. This evil power actually injured him heavily in an instant. He quickly retracted his arm and refined the evil power in his body, but he couldn't refine it at all. It crazily nibbled at his body, divine soul and divine power. Quickly help. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and shouted. Madman bared his teeth and grabbed Dong Xingyang's arm. The evil power in Dong Xingyang's body was immediately forcibly pulled out. At this time, only then did Dong Xingyang's expression soften. Looking at Madman again, his eyes were full of awe. How is it? Madman looked at Dong Xingyang proudly. Powerful. Not to mention this all-evil sword, just this evil power is enough to kill me. Dong Xingyang nodded. Don't be afraid. Once you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, his power as the source of all evil is no longer a concern. White-eyed wolf waved his hand. Can't be that much. Even if you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, the power of the source of all evil can still bring a certain amount of trouble. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Xingyang looked at Madman in surprise and asked, "How did you do it?" Madman grinned and said, "This is all thanks to Dong Ping. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to create the all-evil true body." All-evil true body, does it mean that you are now the source of all evil? Qin Feiyang was curious. Madman nodded. We are all such decent people. Why would we become friends with an evil guy like you? Little Qin Zi, little Dong Zi, we have to keep a distance from him in the future, lest others say that we are also devils. White-eyed wolf said with disdain. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang looked at each other with bitter smiles. Decent? How can you be considered decent by White-eyed wolf? You are even more ferocious than Madman. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and asked, "Then, will your power as the source of all evil continue to grow stronger in the future?" I don't know. I have just condensed the all-evil true body. I still need to slowly study the situation later. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. The source of all evil was unprecedented and had to be figured out by Madman himself. Then, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and looked at White-eyed wolf at the same time. What are you looking at? White-eyed wolf got up with a guilty conscience and was about to slip away. Dong Xingyang looked at the three of them suspiciously. Sit down. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang stared at White-eyed wolf and shouted in unison, giving Dong Xingyang a fright. White-eyed wolf's body stiffened and he smiled awkwardly at the two of them before returning to the stone bench. Speak. What is going on with your battle soul? Madman said with a dark face. Battle soul? Dong Xingyang was suspicious. You don't know, but this guy's battle soul is actually a heaven-swallowing beast. And he has a fourth special ability. Madman snorted coldly. What? Heaven-swallowing beast? Dong Xingyang's eyes trembled as he looked at White-eyed wolf in surprise. This, White-eyed wolf stammered. If you don't tell me the truth today, don't even think about leaving here. Madman stared at White-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf sighed helplessly and looked at the three of them. If I say that I don't know, will you believe me? No. The three of them spoke at the same time. Then what are you talking about? White-eyed wolf turned his head and wanted to leave. If you do that, we will suspect that you are a spy sent by the heaven-swallowing beast. Madman said. I'm a spy? Look at my handsome and dignified appearance. Do I look like a spy? White-eyed wolf glared at him angrily. Yes. Madman nodded. White-eyed wolf's face darkened as he said angrily, To be honest, I really don't know why my battle soul is a heaven-swallowing beast. When I first saw my battle soul's true body, I was also very puzzled. When did you see your battle soul's true body? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. When I broke through to godhood. It's also because I'm a heaven-swallowing beast that I didn't dare to reveal my battle soul's true body. This time, if it wasn't for my dignity and that I can't lose to Dong Xian, I wouldn't have activated my fourth ability. I'm just afraid that you guys will think too much. White-eyed wolf was helpless. Madman sized up White-eyed wolf and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, control him and read his memory to see if what he said is true. Damn you. We've been brothers for so many years, you don't trust me? White-Eyed Wolf was furious. You also know that we've been brothers for so many years? You actually kept it from us, what do you take us for? Madman also glared at him, not to be outdone. It's indeed my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you guys. But you guys have to understand me. Just look at the grudges between us and the heaven-swallowing beast and ice dragon. If they knew that my battle soul is a heaven-swallowing beast, wouldn't everyone isolate me? White-Eyed Wolf was helpless. Your words, why do I feel uncomfortable listening to it? Since we're brothers, as long as you take the initiative to tell us, we will definitely believe you. Don't you know that taking the initiative to tell us and being found out by us are two completely different things? If we find out, we will think that you have a guilty conscience. Madman snorted through his nose. All right. Come and read my memory to see if I'm lying. White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand impatiently. Madman pursed his lips. Your mind is filled with dirty thoughts. Who would be willing to read your memory? You're the one who said to read my memory, and now there's another reason for you guys to read my memory. What do you guys want? White-Eyed Wolf was also annoyed. Nothing much. Anyway, I just feel uncomfortable. In fact, Madman was just joking when he said that he wanted to read his memory. After being together for so many years, how could he not trust White-Eyed Wolf? It was just that he was dissatisfied with this kind of deception. Between brothers, they had to be honest with each other. With a stomach full of secrets, who would dare to be friends with you? All right. Let's put this matter to rest. However, since White-Eyed Wolf's war soul is the heaven-swallowing beast, then there must be some kind of connection with the heaven-swallowing beast. White-Eyed Wolf might not even know about these connections. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said thoughtfully. Makes sense. I'm afraid we have to ask the heaven-swallowing beast himself to know the answer. Dong Xingyang nodded. This guy is really like a ghost that won't go away. No matter where we go, we can get involved with him. Madman cursed angrily. This might be fate. Qin Feiyang sighed. There were traces of the heaven-swallowing beast in Great Qin and Forgotten Continent. There were also traces of the heaven-swallowing beast in the ancient world and divine ruins. Now, there was also this guy in the divine kingdom in the Sky Cloud realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a ghost that wouldn't go away. Actually, I've been thinking about this problem and thought of a possibility. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly spoke. What possibility? The three of them looked at him suspiciously. Look, Little Qinzi's ancient castle and Changshui as well as the six-word divine art, although on the surface they all came together but in fact they have a lot to do with Wuqian. And Wuqian and the heaven-swallowing beast have a very close relationship. So I'm thinking, could there be such a factor in my war soul? White-Eyed Wolf was curious. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Looking at it this way, it really was a bit of a coincidence. Don't think about it. This kind of baseless thing, the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and shook his head. No matter what the reason was, as long as White-Eyed Wolf could become stronger, it was fine. As for whether White-Eyed Wolf was sent by the heaven-swallowing beast, he didn't doubt it at all. Chapter 42-34. At the same time. In the sky above the village. The wind howled. A purple-robed young man stood in the wind with his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the wind. From afar, he looked like a descendant of God, exuding an extraordinary aura. This person was Dong Hanzong. On the other side, Boss Ji and a group of old men stood side by side, looking a little embarrassed. The two sides looked at each other in silence, making the atmosphere seem quite heavy. After a long time, Dong Hanzong was the first to break the silence. He sighed and said, "Seniors, I really respect all of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to visit you as soon as I arrived in the 4 great continents. So, I hope that all of you can show me some basic respect." Ji Laosher snorted and pointed at the embarrassed people. He said angrily, "Is this your respect for us? I know that you are all extraordinary, so I couldn't help but want to spar with you. If you are dissatisfied because of this, I apologize to you." Dong Hanzong cupped his hands in a polite manner. Ji Laosher had a fiery temper and wanted to say something, but Boss Ji reached out and stopped him. He looked at Dong Hanzong and said, "We are old and just want to live the rest of our lives peacefully. So, little brother, please find someone else." Find someone else? Dong Hanzong shook his head and said with a smile, "Who else in the 4 great continents is more powerful than you? You can't say that. The 4 great continents are also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As for us old men, we are lucky to be able to live one more day. We really want to, but we can't. Boss G sighed. You want to, but you can't, or you don't want to. Don't forget. You are also a member of the Divine Kingdom. You can be where you are today because of the Lord Ruler. Is it so difficult for you to deal with a few outsiders? If you insist on doing so, I might begin to suspect whether or not the person you're pledging your loyalty to is our Lord Ruler. Dong Hanzong seemed to have lost his patience. His tone was cold. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Boss G sneered. But this is the truth before our eyes. As I said before, if you were willing to help Qin Feiyang and the others when they first entered the Divine Kingdom, how could they have grown to their current level? Most importantly, it is said that this Qin Feiyang is a descendant of your Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Dong Hanzong smiled faintly. That's interesting. I can't help but want to ask the Central Dynasty. Lord Ruler, you've long known that Qin Feiyang and the others had barged into the Divine Kingdom. But after all these years, why haven't the people of the Central Dynasty dealt with them? According to what you said, can we also suspect that you have some kind of interest relationship with Qin Feiyang? Master Jijio spoke. It was a simple sentence, but it made Dong Hanzong's brows crease with a trace of anger. He looked at Master Jijio and said, You're the one who wants to accuse him. You can speak, but this old man can't? Master Jijio asked back. Dong Hanzong clenched his hands, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and said, Let's not talk about this boring topic anymore. Just tell me, are you going to help me or not? Master Jijio was about to speak. One more thing. I came to the 4 great continents on the orders of the Lord Emperor. Before I left, the Lord Emperor personally told me that I can exercise all my power in the 4 great continents. So before you answer, think carefully. Dong Hanzong said again. The weight of this sentence could be said to be very important. The Emperor of the Central Dynasty was the descendant of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. It could be said that in the entire Divine Kingdom, the Emperor had the greatest power except for the ruler. In front of the Emperor, the monarch and the others had to stand aside. It was no exaggeration to say that. Whoever the Emperor wanted to kill, that person had to die. In his hands he had absolute power of life and death. At this moment, Dong Hanzong mentioned the Emperor to intimidate Boss Ji and the others. Moreover, the sentence that he could exercise all his power was even more meaningful. Because this sentence meant that the Emperor had given him the power of life and death. He could order anyone in the 4 great continents. Whoever dared to disobey his orders could be killed first and reported later. Therefore, this was a warning to a group of old people not to take advantage of their seniority. And this sentence also aroused the anger of Master Ji and the others. Young man. We old fellows are all people with half our bodies buried in the ground. What kind of storm have we not experienced? So do you think we will be afraid of threats? Second young mistress laughed hoarsely. Dong Hanzong frowned. If you have the ability, kill all of us today. No, don't talk nonsense here. Get out of here. Ji Laoshi shouted fiercely, showing no mercy. Dong Hanzong's face suddenly turned green and red. What? Do you still want to stay here for lunch? Ji Laoshi sneered. Okay. I will report this matter truthfully to the Emperor. Dong Hanzong nodded and laughed out of anger. Whatever. It's best to let the Emperor come in person. We can also see the Emperor's elegance. Ji Laoshi said. Dong Hanzong glanced at Ji Laoshi gloomily, turned around, opened a space-time passage and left without looking back. What the hell? When I dominated the Divine Kingdom, damn it, you were not even born yet. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Before Dong Hanzong was teleported away, Ji Laoshi could not help but sneer. Every word fell clearly into Dong Hanzong's ears, which made a trace of killing intent flash in his eyes. A group of old things, do they really think they are a big shot? Not long after. Swish. 3 figures descended above the village. Grandpa, Grandma, are you all right? It was the king and the other 2. When he saw the group of old people in a somewhat sorry state, the king's expression changed. He immediately ran up and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's a small problem. Master Ji waved his hand. That's good. The king heaved a sigh of relief. The divine king and the supreme being of the human race flew down and asked, Old master, who is it? Dong Hanzong. An arrogant and domineering young man who has no respect for his elders. Ji Laoshi said in disgust. From the Central Dynasty? The divine king frowned. Yes. Ji Laoshi nodded and said, according to him, he seems to be one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, but to be honest, this person's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Just as we speculated. The supreme being of the human race looked at the divine king and said, "What speculations?" The group of old people looked at the three of them suspiciously. When we saw Dong Xingyang looking for Qin Feiyang, we guessed that something might have happened here, so after sending Dong Ping and the other three away, we immediately rushed over. The king said truthfully, "How was the battle between Qin Feiyang and the others?" The second young mistress hurriedly asked, her expression full of concern. They were going to continue fighting, but as soon as Dong Xingyang arrived, Qin Feiyang and the others retreated. As for who won or lost, of course, Qin Feiyang and the others won a complete victory. The king smiled. It seems that these guys did not disappoint us. Ji Laoshi chuckled. His attitude was completely different from when he was facing Dong Hanzong. He was pleasant and full of relief. It's not just that. Frenzy and the golden-winged wolf king's performance in this battle was quite eye-catching. The king chuckled. What do you mean? The group of people was curious. The king immediately began to talk about it with relish. Chapter 42:35. At the same time, somewhere in the West Continent, Dong Xian and the other three stood at the top of a mountain, seemingly waiting for something. Bus. A space-time passage appeared. A purple-clad young man walked out with a gloomy face. It was Dong Hanzong. Brother Zong. Dong Xian and the other three hurriedly went up to him. It was not difficult to see that they could not respect Dong Hanzong. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded and glanced at the four of them. Suddenly he noticed Dong Xian's situation and frowned. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. Dong Xian lowered her head, her face full of shame. Brother Zong, you can't blame Dong Xian for this. Dong Tianqian sighed. Make it clear. Dong Hanzong's face was a little ugly. Obviously Dong Xian and the other three had a bad start. We all underestimated Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Ping sighed. He explained the situation of the battle in detail. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists when he heard this. Dong Xian lowered her head and said, Brother Zong, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me. It's not your fault, why should I blame you? I'm the one at fault. Because I misjudged and thought that with your strength you could defeat them. Actually, I should have gone with you. Dong Hanzong sighed deeply, his face full of self-blame. The four of them looked at each other. They thought that Dong Hanzong would be angry, but they did not expect that he would comfort them and take the blame. Brother Zong, did you gain anything from this trip to the village? Dong Tianqian asked. No. This group of old things, they're all stubborn and take advantage of their seniority. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? They dare to disobey the orders of the central dynasty? Are they rebelling? The four of them were furious. Rebelling? Even if they have the guts, they won't dare to. I guess it's because Yu Lao offended them back then, so they're holding a grudge. Dong Hanzong shook his head. That's their personal grudge, how can it affect the overall situation? Why don't we go with you now? If they don't listen, we'll kill them first. Dong Ping said furiously. Acting first and reporting later? How could it be so easy? These old fogies all have 3,000 incarnations. When they join forces, even I will have a headache. Dong Hanzong sighed. What? All of them have 3,000 incarnations. The four of them were shocked. Indeed, he couldn't be reckless. Dong Hanzong pondered for a moment, then looked at the four people and said, the most important thing right now is to think of a way to rescue Yu Lao, Neptune, and the Dragon God. It won't be easy to save them. Dong Tianqian was deeply worried. Qin Feiyang and the other two could be considered to have come into direct contact with them. They were all tyrannical masters. Furthermore, perhaps Yu Lao and the other two had already died at the hands of Qin Feiyang. Even if it's not easy, we still have to save him. This is an order from the emperor. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others must also be killed. Killing intent flickered in Dong Hanzong's eyes as he looked at Dong Xian and said, you don't have to worry about anything now. Focus on reconstructing your body. All right. Dong Xian nodded. Dong Ping, think of a way to find Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Judging from the current situation, to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, we must have their help. Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Ping and ordered. The 4 continents are so big. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack to find 2 people? Dong Ping frowned. Not necessarily. This time, the battle between you and Qin Feiyang and the other 2 has alarmed the 4 continents. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng will definitely receive the news. Although they don't know us, as long as they know that we are from the central dynasty, they will definitely take the initiative to look for us. Dong Hanzong said. That makes sense. Dong Ping nodded. At the same time, Release another piece of news. Ask Qin Feiyang to hand over Yu Lao and the others, no matter what they ask for. Dong Hanzong said. Okay. Dong Ping nodded and immediately opened a space-time tunnel, turned around and left. What about us? Dong Tianqian asked. We'll go to the ancestral land of the purple-gold divine dragon race. Dong Hanzong pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Dong Tianqian, Dong Xin, and the other woman looked at him suspiciously. Those old things don't listen to us, but does the king dare to not listen to us? There's also the divine king and the human race's sovereign. With our status, they have to do whatever we ask them to do. Dong Hanzong sneered. Makes sense. Dong Tianqian and the other two nodded with a cold smile on their faces. The Black Tortoise World. Soul-Sealing Valley. A pungent stench could be smelled from afar. At this moment, Yu Lao, Neptune, the dragon god, the various beast gods, the members of the oceanic race, and the sovereign beast of the beast race were all suppressed here, including the Star Tower, the Sky Extinction Sword, and the God-Slaying Halberd. Since they had entered the Black Tortoise World, it had been several 100,000 years according to the time in the Black Tortoise World. Whether it was Yu Lao or the three sovereign divine weapons, hundreds of thousands of years was just a blink of an eye for existences at their level. But now, because of the uniqueness of the Soul-Sealing Valley, every day felt like a year to them, especially Yu Lao and the others. With their ultimates taken away, they were already living a life worse than death. Now they were suppressed in this place, suffering torture and humiliation. If they could, they would rather die. But now they couldn't even decide their own deaths. They couldn't see any light or hope. Shwa. Suddenly, three figures appeared. It was Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. As for Dong Xingyang, he had already gone into seclusion to cultivate. Qin Feiyang, madman Mo, golden-winged wolf king, return the ultimates to me. You demons, I curse you to die a horrible death. As soon as the three appeared, the place was instantly filled with curses. How pitiful. The great dragon god, Neptune, beast god, and even the big shots from the Central Dynasty. But now they've all become shrews. The madman's face was full of ridicule. Don't be so smug. The Central Dynasty won't let you off. Yu Lao's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with hatred. You're right about this. The people from the Central Dynasty have indeed come to the four great continents. Moreover, we've already fought with them. The white-eyed wolf looked at Yu Lao playfully. Who are the people who came? Yu Lao was bewildered. The five unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Yu Lao's spirit shook. But then he realized that something was wrong. Didn't the golden-winged wolf king say that he had already fought with the people from the Central Dynasty? If that was the case, why were Qin Feiyang's group standing in front of them unharmed? Could it be that even the five unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty weren't a match for Qin Feiyang's group? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. If even the five unparalleled geniuses weren't a match for these people, then who in the Central Dynasty could stop them? Although he didn't know much about the five unparalleled geniuses, it wasn't hard to tell from the Emperor's praise of them that these five unparalleled geniuses could suppress the older generation. It must be fake. The madman and the white-eyed wolf must be scaring him. You still don't believe me? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. All right, there's no need to waste words with them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, the power that sealed the three high-grade sovereign divine weapons disappeared. The three high-grade sovereign divine weapons bodies were shattered, but even so, they still had some fighting power. So after the seal was removed, they immediately rushed out of the Soul-Sealing Valley, wanting to escape. Still not obedient after being sealed for so long? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. 3,000 clones appeared, instantly sealing off the area. Seeing this, the three sovereign divine weapons were terrified. Even when they were at their peak, they couldn't fight against 3,000 clones, let alone their bodies. My patience has its limits. I'll give you two choices now. One is to swear a blood oath to be loyal to us forever. The other is to have your soul destroyed. Qin Feiyang said. His tone was firm. There was no room for negotiation. Yu Lao panicked. He looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and shouted, "You can't betray the divine kingdom." Noisy. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and smashed Yu Lao's divine soul with a slap, almost destroying it. However, this didn't make Yu Lao compromise. He continued to shout at the three sovereign divine weapons. You are here today because of the sovereign. You can't be ungrateful. Kill him. Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Lao, killing intent flashing in his eyes. I've had this idea for a long time. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and stared at Yu Lao. Yu Lao roared in horror, "You can't do this. The emperor won't let you go and the sovereign won't let you go either." In the end, it's still unknown who will win. Killing intent flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The power of law emerged, and with a slap, Yu Lao's divine soul was destroyed on the spot. The dragon god, Neptune, and the other beast gods couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Killing Yu Lao just like that? One had to know. Yu Lao was from the Central Dynasty. Killing him was equivalent to directly challenging the Central Dynasty. Were these people really not afraid of the emperor and the sovereign's revenge? At the same time, their hearts were also filled with fear, especially the others from the beast race and the Sea clan. In their eyes, Yu Lao was an unattainable existence. But now, Qin Feiyang and the other two even dared to kill someone like Yu Lao, let alone small characters like them. They all fell into the abyss of fear. It's finally quiet. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Neptune and the others. No one dared to look him in the eye. Qin Feiyang looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Hurry up and give me an answer." The three sovereign divine weapons were also trembling. Since these three dared to kill Yu Lao, naturally they would dare to kill them. For a divine weapon to grow into a sovereign divine weapon, especially a superior sovereign divine weapon, who knew how long it would take. They really didn't want to die like this. We submit. In the end, they put down their self-esteem and submitted to Qin Feiyang. Immortal God of War latest chapter address. Immortal God of War reading address. /read/15083/ Immortal God of War TXT download address. Immortal God of War mobile reading address. /read/15083/ For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the collections below to record this time. Kill Yu Lao divine weapons submit. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 4236. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Everything in this world couldn't escape the law. The stronger one was, the higher one's cultivation, the more one cared about their own life. You guys choose first. Qin Feiyang looked at the frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf and smiled. How can we accept this? The frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf smiled. However, their movements weren't slow at all. The white-eyed wolf grabbed the Tianju sword while the frenzied man grabbed the god-slaying halberd. Thus Star Tower was left. Qin Feiyang was speechless as he looked at the two of them. Although their words sounded nice, they weren't polite at all. Soon after, he looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "Make a blood oath." Since they had already compromised, there was no need to hesitate. The three high-grade ruler weapons immediately made a blood oath to never betray and to be loyal to their deaths. Haha, this daddy will also have a high-grade ruler weapon in the future. The frenzied man laughed. In the future, if he met someone like Yu Lao, he could just take out his high-grade ruler weapon and save himself a lot of trouble. Qin Feiyang looked at the three ruler weapons and said, "Go to the land of origin and repair your bodies, but remember to be ready for battle at any time." Yes. The three sovereign divine weapons replied respectfully. Once the blood oath was made, they had no room to resist. Of course, if the divine kingdom's ruler appeared, they could definitely break the blood oath, but would Qin Feiyang and the other two give them this chance? Moreover, they were confident. The three high-grade ruler weapons would sooner or later truly integrate into this team. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed as he looked at the dragon god and the others and asked, "How should we deal with these people?" As soon as these words came out, the suppressed sea race and beast race couldn't help but tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Don't kill us. We can serve you." The dragon god roared. "Dragon god, what did you say?" Neptune looked at the dragon god in shock and anger. "Do we have a choice? If you don't submit, you will die." The dragon god roared. Neptune went silent. He had seen the methods of Qin Feiyang's group with his own eyes. Yu Lao was the best outcome. Besides, even the three high-grade dominator weapons had submitted to him. What was the point of resisting? "Submit," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly he smiled and said, "If it was before, I would be happy to hear this. But now your ultimate meaning has been taken away. What value do you have in keeping you alive?" "It's valuable. I can help you find out more about the Central Dynasty," the dragon said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I don't need you to help me investigate the details of the Central Dynasty." "What do you mean?" The dragon god was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't answer. His eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent as he looked at the three high-grade sovereign divine weapons. He smiled and said, Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Kill them all. We kill? The 3 high-grade ruler weapons were stunned. Yes. You kill. Don't tell me you can't do it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. God-slaying halberd, Tianju sword, and star pagoda were silent for a while before suddenly roaring. Kill. Immediately. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons charged into Soul-Sealing Valley. Although their bodies were seriously injured, the dragon god and the others were even worse. Not only were their ultimate mysteries stolen, but they were also fatally injured. Qin Feiyang, you will die a horrible death, you will die without descendants. You devil? No, I beg you, give us a way to live, for a time. Curses, screams, and begging for mercy were endless. In just a few dozen breaths of time, everyone from the Sea clan and the Beast clan were killed. Soul-Sealing Valley also slowly quieted down. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 watched coldly as the 3 high-grade ruler weapons slaughtered. Whether it was the Sea clan or the Beast clan, they could not sympathize with them. Because if they were in a different position now, the Sea clan and the Beast clan would not be merciful to them either. They might even be more ruthless. Are you satisfied? Now even if we want to turn back, there is no chance. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons looked at Qin Feiyang and said with some anger. That's right. Qin Feiyang let the 3 high-grade ruler weapons attack in order to completely cut off the 3 high-grade ruler weapons' thoughts. The Sea clan and the Beast clan were the confidants of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. No. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons had slaughtered the Sea clan and the Beast clan. In the future, the 3 high-grade ruler weapons would naturally not dare to find the Divine Kingdom's ruler. Because with the personality of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, if he knew about this, he would definitely not be merciful to them. In the eyes of people like them, high-grade ruler weapons were very powerful existences, but in the eyes of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, they were not worth much. If they want you to be destroyed, you have to be destroyed. What? Do you really have other thoughts? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 high-grade ruler weapons unkindly. How would we dare? The blood oath has already been made. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons sighed. It's good that you know. Follow us well, and we will not treat you badly in the future. Go to the land of Source. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 3 divine weapons were filled with helplessness as they flew up into the sky and soon disappeared. The power of Source, it seems that we haven't been there yet. White-Eyed Wolf looked at the sky and muttered. That's right. Why don't we discuss with Little Brat and let us go take a look? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Although he was the ruler of the Black Tortoise world in name, Little Brat was actually the one who could make the decision. However, what role did Little Brat play in the Black Tortoise world? Swish. At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. It was Dong Xingyang who went into seclusion. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 came back to their senses and looked at him suspiciously. Lord Jiao and the others are looking for you. After Dong Xingyang finished speaking, he took out the sound transmission god stone. Bus. The figures of a group of old people appeared. These old people were all in the secret room below the village at this moment, looking very vigilant. Greetings, great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Qin Feiyang bowed. Starting to miss us so soon? White-Eyed Wolf also grimaced. Seeing that the group of old people were safe and sound, they couldn't help but feel relieved in their hearts. Miss you? I think you're thinking too much. Lord Jiao glared at White-Eyed Wolf, looked at the 3 of them and praised. Little Wang has already told us about the battle between you and Dong Xian's group. Well done. Of course. Don't you know who we are? White-Eyed Wolf smiled proudly. The corner of Lord Jiao's mouth twitched. He really couldn't stand the praise and said, This time I didn't send you a message to listen to you brag. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other, and a trace of suspicion crept up on their faces. Lord Jiao said, although Dong Hanzong has left the village, he doesn't intend to stop here. He left just like that? White-Eyed Wolf was surprised. How could he leave by himself? I drove him away. Lord Jiao sneered. Strong. White-Eyed Wolf was taken aback and immediately couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're kidding. Just a little brat, how can you let him ride on your head and behave atrociously? Lord Jiao smiled domineeringly. Did you record it down? I really want to see his expression at that time. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Childish. Lord Jiao rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, But now they all ran to our clan's land, and it seems that they plan to stay there forever. They even asked the Divine King and the Supreme of the human race to meet them and discuss how to deal with you. Lord Jiao snorted and said, These little brats really think of the 4 great continents as their home. They can do whatever they want. After all, they are the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty. It's normal to be proud and arrogant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What kind of geniuses are they? This old man doesn't care about them at all. Lord Jiao disdained and continued, in addition they also released the news that they want you to hand over Yu Lao and the others, and they will agree to any conditions. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. What? Lord Jiao looked at them suspiciously. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a smile, just now we killed all of them. The group of elders was stunned. That was too fast. Originally, they wanted to use Yu Lao and the others to extort the Central Dynasty, because these people's ultimate meaning had been taken away. Even if they were released, they wouldn't pose any threat to them. Actually, there's nothing to extort. What do we want now? Madman waved his hand indifferently. That's true. The group of elders nodded. These brats had sovereign divine weapons. They also had ultimate meaning. As for resources, they had looted the entire East Continent's spirit veins and crystal veins. Could be said that. Now, the combined resources of the 3 major clans were probably less than 1/10,000th of these brats. There's one more thing. Dong Ping seems to be outside looking for Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. That's what we're worried about. 5 unparalleled geniuses, plus Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. I'm afraid even you have to avoid them. Lord Jiao said. Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and a meaningful smile appeared on their faces. There was no need to worry about that at all. What's with that expression? Aren't you worried at all? Lord Jiao frowned. I'm worried. The white-eyed wolf nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Why can't I see that you're worried? Lord Jiao's face darkened. Did this look like someone who was worried? After all, the eunuchs were more worried than the emperor. You don't have to show that you're worried. The white-eyed wolf grinned and thought for a while. Compared to brother Lu Yunfeng, I'm more interested in Dong Ping now. Is he outside alone now? Yes. Lord Jiao nodded. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with a sly smile. Looks like we don't need to remind you. Seeing this, Boss Ji chuckled. The white-eyed wolf looked at Lord Jiao in a daze. We didn't say anything. Do as you see fit. Lord Jiao quickly waved his hand. Treacherous old fox. The white-eyed wolf cursed and said, then you have to give us an accurate location. Madman bared his teeth. We don't know either. Go find him yourself. Anyway, be quick when the time comes. Lord Jiao said and then looked at Lord Jiao. Lord Jiao waved his hand and the voice transmission stone turned off. The group of old men disappeared. Madman was stunned and speechless. If you don't tell us Dong Ping's location, how are we going to hunt him? Isn't it easy to know Dong Ping's location? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. Don't forget that we have a young man named Mu Qing with us. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Madman paused and then laughed dryly. I forgot about him. Come on, let's go back to the Devil's Land and kill Dong Ping. Then we'll send his body to the purple gold divine dragon's territory as a gift to the Central Dynasty. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Dong Xingyang also smiled when they heard this. Chapter 4237. Southern Continent. This was the territory of the Protoss. Star Moon City. There was a restaurant called the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Star Moon City. Star Moon City was one of the top cities in the Southern Continent. There were many powerful people in the city. The city lord of Star Moon City was someone who had mastered 4 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and 2 ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. Because of this, most of the people who went in and out of the Moon Pavilion were powerful or powerful people. Because of the luxurious and high-end Moon Pavilion, many young people liked to come here to have fun. At this moment, in the main hall by the window, a young man in blood-red clothes sat alone at a table with delicious delicacies and a few jars of divine wine beside him. He drank the divine wine while leisurely looking through the window at the pedestrians coming and going on the street. There were humans and Protoss among the pedestrians. Don't say it. This woman from the god race sure looks unique. The young man in blood-red clothes stared at a rather sweet-looking Protoss woman and muttered to himself. This person was Dong Ping. He sat in the restaurant in a very ostentatious manner. All the guests in the main hall, whether they were humans or Protoss, were extremely wary of him. Because the battle between Dong Ping and Qin Feiyang's group had already spread across the 4 great continents, everyone was no stranger to Dong Ping now. He was a prodigy from the Central Dynasty. Moreover, he was someone who dared to confront Qin Feiyang's group head-on. Who would dare to be presumptuous in the face of such a prodigy? Everyone was very careful when they spoke, afraid that they would disturb Dong Ping. Who won the battle between them and Qin Feiyang? Who knows? At that time all the living beings in the western continent, except for the Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun, withdrew. But now the Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun have not revealed anything about the battle. Why don't you make a guess? Lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise we'll have to bear the consequences. I know. If you really want to guess, this person came to the Moon Pavilion unscathed to drink, so they're probably the winners. Not necessarily. All of us have witnessed Qin Feiyang and the other two's strength. Furthermore, if the ones who lost were truly Qin Feiyang and the others, then those people from the Central Dynasty would have definitely spread the news everywhere. Thus, I think that the ones who won should be Qin Feiyang and the others. Some people were whispering to each other. Some were secretly communicating, aiding. In short, they were very careful. Tap tap, tap. Along with the sound of footsteps, 3 young men in luxurious clothes walked in. Arrogant and condescending, he was clearly a hedonistic son of a wealthy family. The 3 of them scanned the hall, and there seemed to be a glint in their eyes. They walked to the empty table next to Dong Ping and shouted, "Waiter, give us a few bottles of divine wine." Dong Ping glanced at the 3 people and raised his eyebrows slightly. What kind of playboy is this? Can't he see that the Central Dynasty's elites are sitting next to him? The waiter of the restaurant hurried over and looked at Dong Ping nervously. He then whispered to the 3 playboys, "Young masters, please lower your voice." Lower my voice? What do you mean? Isn't the restaurant a place to eat, drink, and have fun? Why are you acting like thieves? One of the playboys frowned. Yes. The waiter smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, you're right. The restaurant should have a lively atmosphere, but the situation is different now. There's a big shot from the Central Dynasty here." A big shot from the Central Dynasty? Who? The 3 playboys looked around the hall curiously. Looking at these 3 ignorant playboys, everyone was speechless. The waiter was also depressed. Where did these 3 idiots come from? Everyone knew about the battle between the Central Dynasty's 4 elites and Qin Feiyang's group in the West Continent, but these 3 idiots didn't know? Suddenly, the waiter sensed a murderous aura. He hurriedly looked at Dong Ping and said with a flattering smile, "Sir, please don't be angry. I'll ask them to be quiet." The 3 hedonistic sons also looked at Dong Ping. "You're the big shot from the Central Dynasty? Do you have evidence?" One of the playboys stared at him curiously and asked. Dong Ping was stunned. Evidence was needed? It seemed that these 3 were really good for nothings. "Shut up, you guys." The waiter was burning with anxiety. He pointed upstairs and said in a pleading tone, "If the 3 of you really want a lively atmosphere, please go to the private room upstairs." However, the 3 playboys turned a deaf ear. One of them walked behind Dong Ping casually and patted Dong Ping on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Brother, you've got guts. How dare you pretend to be someone from the Central Dynasty?" Dong Ping's body stiffened, and a wisp of rage flashed between his brows as he glanced at the hand that pressed down on his shoulder. "I'm not pretending. Who dares to pretend to be someone from the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and go upstairs. Don't disturb this sir anymore." The waiter comforted Dong Ping while looking anxiously at the 3 playboys. Weren't they courting death? It didn't matter if they wanted to die, but they couldn't implicate the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion was just a place for business. How could it withstand the anger of such a big shot? "Are you really from the Central Dynasty?" The 3 playboys looked at the waiter and the surrounding customers in disbelief. "Take your dirty hands off me." As a cold voice sounded, a huge force appeared. The playboy who was pressing on Dong Ping's shoulder was pushed back on the spot. The playboy's face was pale. "Sir, please calm down, please calm down." The waiter apologized profusely. He looked at the 3 playboys and said angrily, "Why aren't you apologizing to the sir?" The 3 playboys finally reacted. Sorry. Sir, we didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't take it to heart. We'll shut up immediately." The 3 playboys bowed and ran to the table at the side. They sat there with pale faces and trembling. There are such trash in the 4 great continents. Dong Ping looked at the 3 playboys with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Such trash didn't even have the right to make him attack. So, Dong Ping ignored the 3 playboys and continued to look at the passers-by outside the window. "Now you know what fear is." The waiter heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at the 3 playboys and turned to leave. After a while he brought 3 pots of divine wine and a few dishes. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind the three playboys not to provoke the prodigy of the Central Dynasty. The three playboys nodded and agreed. So, the hall returned to dead silence. However, no one noticed, including Dong Ping, that the eyes of these three young men who seemed to be hedonistic sons of rich parents were suffused with strands of bright light. This guy is even more arrogant than me. He came here to drink and didn't even let others speak. One of them secretly transmitted his voice. He's asking for a beating. Another one pursed his lips and transmitted his voice. Little Qinzi, why don't you do it? That's right. These three playboys were Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf. Mu Qing's omniscient eye was really powerful. As long as one knew the appearance or name, no matter where the other party was, one could clearly peek at them. Even if Dong Ping changed his appearance now, he couldn't escape the omniscient eye's tracking. I definitely can't do it now, Qin Feiyang secretly said. Dong Ping was not weak and had the undying domain. To kill him, one had to go all out. This was the key. Once they attacked here, not to mention the Moon Tower, even Xingyue City could not be saved. The god race and the human race in Xingyue City would also be affected. If they were still enemies with the god race and the human race, it didn't matter. But the problem now was that the divine king in Jizun had allied with them. If he destroyed Xingyue City and killed the god race and the human race in the city, the divine king in Jizun would definitely settle the score with him. So, to deal with Dong Ping, he had to first lure him out of the city and find a place where there were very few people. But how could he trick him out? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, he noticed Dong Ping's abnormality. This person had been looking out of the window. What was he looking at? So, Qin Feiyang was drinking while paying attention to Dong Ping. Very soon, he found a clue. Dong Ping's gaze was actually on the women walking on the street. Could it be that Dong Ping had this hobby? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice. White-eyed wolf, senior brother, I have thought of two ways. What way? The two of them were drinking happily and looked at him suspiciously. The first way is to pretend to be Big Cousin and the inner demons. Anyway, isn't he waiting for the inner demons and Big Cousin now? As for the second way, Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and muttered a few words. The two of them were stunned and secretly observed Dong Ping. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang said, this Dong Ping seemed to be a little greedy for women. You guys decide. Do you want to use the first way or the second way? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Nonsense. Of course we'll use the second way. It's more interesting this way. Madman was in high spirits. I'll also use the second way. White-eyed wolf secretly replied and also laughed sinisterly. You two guys. Qin Feiyang shook his head and transmitted his voice. All right, you guys stay put for the time being. I'll go and meet him. After that, he picked up the wine pot, got up and walked to the opposite side of Dong Ping. Chapter 4238. Dong Ping sensed Qin Feiyang and frowned slightly. The other customers who were whispering immediately looked at Qin Feiyang when they saw this scene. What was this idiot trying to do? The waiter of the restaurant changed his expression and immediately put down his work. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes that might happen next. Is this really that? A frightened bird, a soldier in every bush. The madman shook his head and smiled bitterly. A casual action actually made these people so nervous. How could their psychological quality be so bad? Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Ping and said with a flattering smile, Big brother, please calm down. I'm here to apologize. I hope you can forgive me for offending you just now. You're not tactful at all. However, not only did Dong Ping not accept Qin Feiyang's apology, he stared at Qin Feiyang with disgust. Meh. Qin Feiyang had a panicked expression as he hurriedly asked, Big brother, what did I do? You didn't do anything wrong, but what you said has made a fatal mistake. Dong Ping's eyes flashed coldly. I'm here to apologize. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Qin Feiyang's face was filled with fear. He vividly displayed the cowardice of a playboy. Dong Ping said indifferently, then think carefully. What did you say just now? Qin Feiyang recalled and said in fear, What I said seems to be, Big brother, please calm down. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Dong Ping opened his mouth and said, You still haven't realized such an obvious problem? What problem? Qin Feiyang was at a complete loss. Was there a problem with this? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were also pondering. Such a humble and polite apology, what problem could there be? Bastard. What qualifications do you have to call me brother? Dong Ping was furious. He slammed the table and glared at Qin Feiyang. I see. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that he had angered this person because he had called him Big Brother. What a joke. Even calling him Big Brother would offend him. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's this little brother. No, it's this little one's fault. I hope Big Brother. No, please forgive me. That's more like it. Dong Ping's expression eased a lot. One must know how to be tactful. I am a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, and you are just a playboy from the 4 great continents. What right do you have to call me brother? Isn't this lowering my status as a genius? Milord, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine for my previous offense. Qin Feiyang poured 3 cups of wine in a row and drank them all in one gulp. What the arrogant Dong Ping didn't know was that he should be the one feeling honored, because for Qin Feiyang drinking depended on the person. In other words, only when he met someone he respected, someone he admired, would he accompany them for a few drinks. Have you finished drinking? Then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Dong Ping didn't appreciate it and looked at him with contempt as if he was looking at a fly. Qin Feiyang wasn't angry. After all, he was a playboy now. How could he be angry? However, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to continue the conversation with this kind of attitude of sticking his hot face to a cold butt, because he was not a flatterer. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded. Okay, as long as you are not angry, milord, I'll take my leave. Then he took the wine cup, twisted the wine pot, got up and went back to the table. Seeing this, the waiter of the restaurant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Qin, you can't do this. After talking for a long time, you still haven't got to the point. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Watch me. Watch how I'm going to fool him. The madman smiled sinisterly. Don't go. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and said, I just came back. If you run over now, maybe he will be suspicious. I have thought of a better and more direct way. What way? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were curious. Watch carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly, put down the wine cup, got up and walked towards the door. Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly get up, the waiter thought that Qin Feiyang was going to provoke Dong Ping again. His heart that had just been relieved was instantly in his throat. However, when he saw that Qin Feiyang had left the restaurant, he heaved a sigh of relief. This playboy was really torturing. In fact, no matter what restaurant it was, they were very welcoming to playboys. That was because hedonistic young masters were extravagant in their spending. That way their restaurants would earn more. But it was different now. Dong Ping was sitting here, and the waiter wished that these playboys could all get out of here so as not to bring trouble to the restaurant. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, he returned to the restaurant. At the same time, there was also a burst of fragrance that poured into the restaurant hall. At Qin Feiyang's side, there was a stunning woman. This woman was Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus had never left the Black Tortoise realm, so even if she didn't change her appearance, no one would recognize her. And Fire Lotus's beauty was needless to say. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, they were both devastatingly beautiful. Especially now, she deliberately dressed up, which made her look even more charming. As expected, the arrival of Fire Lotus immediately attracted the attention of all the men present. Your sister. This is too unreasonable. A playboy actually knows such a beautiful woman. Whether it is temperament or other aspects, they are not on the same level. It is simply a flower inserted in cow dung. Everyone was indignant in their hearts. When Dong Ping heard the commotion, he couldn't help but look at Fire Lotus and his eyes lit up. She was truly a peerless beauty. When he saw Qin Feiyang beside her, the jealousy in his heart couldn't help but climb up uncontrollably. How could such a playboy be worthy of such a woman with such temperament? When the white-eyed wolf and the frenzy saw Fire Lotus appear, they suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was planning to use a beauty trap. Let's go. Qin Feiyang pulled Fire Lotus and walked towards the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf with a smug look on his face. This woman is really blind. Why did she fall for this scum? Am I not better than this playboy? Many men couldn't help but compare themselves with Qin Feiyang in their hearts, and with such a comparison, their hearts felt even more unbalanced. Qin Feiyang crossed his legs and looked at Fire Lotus under everyone's jealous gaze and asked, "Tea or wine?" "Nonsense. Of course we are here to drink. Moreover, if she doesn't drink, you won't have a chance." The frenzy played along with the act and laughed. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you continue, I will leave." Fire Lotus glared at the frenzy and pouted. Don't. The frenzy quickly pulled Fire Lotus's hand and gritted his teeth. "Your little hand is so slippery." Scram. Fire Lotus's face darkened. Although it was an act, she couldn't say everything, right? Those who didn't know would think that she was a loose woman. This is really unreasonable. Why is the heavens so unfair? I beg you to bestow me a beauty of the highest quality as well. Everyone wailed in their hearts. Qin Feiyang was constantly paying attention to Dong Ping and noticed that when Fire Lotus entered the restaurant, Dong Ping would occasionally glance at Fire Lotus. He became more and more certain of his judgment. This Dong Ping was definitely a scumbag. At this moment, Huolian displayed the charm of a mature woman to the fullest, becoming the center of attention for all the men here. About half an hour later, Qin Feiyang put down his wine cup and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. Why don't we go outside the city? A few days ago I accidentally ran into a valley. Not only is the scenery beautiful, there are also many fun things. Really? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and asked innocently. Woman, don't go. Don't go. These playboys definitely won't feel at ease. Someone roared in their heart. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded without hesitation. What a silly woman. You won't even know what happened when you get eaten. A man next to him shook his head. Waiter bill. Qin Feiyang waved at the waiter standing in front of the counter. The waiter quickly ran over. When he saw Fire Lotus, his eyes were filled with amazement. At the same time he was envious. It seemed that being a playboy had its benefits. Qin Feiyang was very generous. He took out a large pile of soul stones and threw it to the waiter. Then he led Fire Lotus and Frenzy out without looking back. All of a sudden, I also want to be a playboy. A young man shook his head and sighed. You? To be a playboy you also need to have the capital. Wait for your next life. If you find a powerful father in your next life, then you will have the qualifications to be a playboy. The young man's companions couldn't help but laugh at him. Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other three, Dong Ping's eyes flashed. He didn't follow? On the street, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Qin Feiyang and the other three walked in the crowd, paying attention to their backs at all times, but they didn't see Dong Ping's figure. Don't waste so much time. He didn't have the intention at all. White-Eyed Wolf muttered. Then we can only say that our Fire Lotus sister's charm isn't good enough. Frenzy bared his teeth. Fire Lotus immediately rolled her eyes and said angrily, it's obvious that you can use the name of the inner demons and Lu Jiejin to easily lure this person out of the city. Why do you have to do such a fancy thing? This is Senior Brother and White-Eyed Wolf's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. Fire Lotus looked at Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf and said speechlessly, I knew it was you two wicked guys. Don't talk nonsense. This idea was obviously little Qin Zi's idea. White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and turned his head to hide the awkwardness on his face. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and he said with a smile, pay attention to the back. The three of them were stunned and secretly glanced at the crowd behind them. They saw a blood-haired young man mixed in the crowd. If it wasn't Dong Ping, who else could it be? The fish finally took the bait. Chapter 4239. The boundless mountain was filled with vitality and vitality. About an hour passed. A group of 4 people arrived while talking and laughing, landing at the entrance of a valley. It was Qin Feiyang, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Fire Lotus. There was naturally no lack of valleys in the mountains. They could be found anywhere. Moreover, this place was very far from Starmoon City. As long as they finished the battle quickly, they shouldn't affect the living beings of Starmoon City. The 4 of them looked at each other and entered the valley without looking back. Just as they entered the valley, Dong Ping's foot landed at the entrance of the valley. Sweeping his gaze over the entrance of the valley, he also took a step forward. Like a ghost, he walked in stealthily. What are you doing? But before he entered the valley, an angry shout came from inside. It was Fire Lotus's voice. Don't you know what we're doing? Madman's voice sounded with a trace of wretchedness. Your beasts, let go of me, Fire Lotus roared. Don't waste your energy. This person is extremely rare, it's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks. White-Eyed Wolf's voice sounded. Scum. Hearing these voices, Dong Ping cursed in his heart and rushed into the valley like lightning. He saw Fire Lotus being blocked by Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in a corner. You 3 scum, let go of her. Dong Ping shouted. But he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Wasn't this a ready-made hero saving the beauty? Who's so blind to ruin our good thing? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Dong Ping. their faces immediately changed and they asked while trembling, "Sir, why is it you?" "Young master, save me." Fire Lotus also stretched out her helpless little hand to Dong Ping. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Scram! Dong Ping's aura exploded, and with an angry shout, it directly shook Qin Feiyang and the other two to vomit blood. The three of them were terrified and quickly retreated to the side. Fire Lotus immediately ran towards Dong Ping. Her tear-stained face immediately captured Dong Ping's heart. She comforted him, "I'm here. It'll be fine." "Thank you, young master." Fire Lotus wiped her tears and glared at Qin Feiyang and the other two. "I didn't expect you guys to be such scum." White-Eyed Wolf gloomily looked at Fire Lotus, then looked at Dong Ping and smiled obsequiously. "Big brother? No, 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 my lord, if you like we can give it to you." "Shut up." "For me? What do you take women for?" Dong Ping said furiously. "We're all men so we know what's going on. Why do you have to do this?" The White-Eyed Wolf smiled obsequiously. "Don't compare yourself to me. You bastards, even if you die you deserve to die." Dong Ping shouted righteously. Yes, yes, yes. It's our fault, it's our fault. We'll scram right now." Madman nodded and quickly ran out of the valley. "Stop." Dong Ping's gaze turned cold. "Do you have any other orders?" The three of them stopped and looked at Dong Ping in fear. "Did I ask you to leave again?" Dong Ping put on a smug expression. Because Fire Lotus was looking at him with admiration, this made him feel even more proud. He shouted, "Kneel down right now and apologize to this lady. If she doesn't forgive you then all of you will die today." "Apologize to her?" The three of them were stunned. "Is there a problem?" Dong Ping raised his eyebrows. "No, no." Qin Feiyang and the other two waved their hands. However, they sneered in their hearts. This guy really knows how to pretend to be a good person. If it was a naive girl, she might really fall for him and even marry him on the spot. "Then hurry up." Dong Ping shouted coldly. I'm sorry, it's all our fault. Please speak for us and let us go." "We won't dare to." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Fire Lotus and begged. The corner of Fire Lotus's mouth twitched. "Why don't you become actors? What a waste of talent." Dong Ping turned to look at Fire Lotus and revealed a smile that he thought was very good. He said, "Lady, I'll do whatever you say to them." "Really?" Fire Lotus looked at him charmingly. "Yes." Dong Ping nodded. Looking at her rosy skin and charming eyes, he couldn't help but feel restless. "That's what you said." Fire Lotus said. "I said it." Dong Ping smiled. "Then Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then looked at Dong Ping and said, "I want you to die." "Okay. I'll let them die." Dong Ping nodded. He was so proud that he didn't hear Fire Lotus's words clearly. She meant, "I want you to die." In the end, Dong Ping thought that she wanted Qin Feiyang and the other two to die. Frenzy was stunned and secretly laughed. This guy's brain doesn't seem to work well when he sees women? Ha! Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf secretly laughed. "Die all of you." Dong Ping's eyes flashed with killing intent as an ultimate law appeared. His body stood straight, looking majestic. "This is ultimate law." Qin Feiyang and the other two's faces changed. Fire Lotus also looked at Dong Ping in shock. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Dong Ping smiled at Fire Lotus. "You're amazing. You've even comprehended the ultimate law." Fire Lotus looked at him as if she was looking at her idol, her eyes filled with admiration. This undoubtedly made Dong Ping even more complacent and almost forgot himself. "It's okay." He said it very modestly, but the arrogance in his expression was not concealed at all. "Lord, we really know our mistake, please let us go." Qin Feiyang and the other two all showed a look of horror, and even their bodies were trembling. "Let you go?" Dong Ping sneered. "If I let you go, how can I capture this woman's heart? For the sake of my blissful sex life later, all of you can go to hell for me." The ultimate law attacked the three of them. His face was full of confidence. These three hedonistic sons of rich parents could be easily squashed to death with just a finger, let alone ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. "Haha, you're really a good man. Fortunately, I'm not a woman, otherwise I would want to marry you." White-Eyed Wolf really couldn't help but laugh out loud, tears came out of his eyes. "Damn. I haven't played enough." Frenzy glared at him. "I can't hold it in." White-Eyed Wolf expressed his innocence. "What's the situation?" Dong Ping looked at the two in a daze. Were they scared silly? It was also at this moment. He suddenly felt a tearing pain in his lower abdomen, and the ultimate law that attacked Qin Feiyang and the other two also dissipated. Dong Ping was stunned and instinctively looked down, only to see a dagger in his lower abdomen, piercing his energy reserve, and drops of blood flowed out. The hand that grabbed the dagger was Fire Lotus next to him. What's going on? Dong Ping was stunned. Lord, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I was really scared out of my wits. I wanted to kill them, but I accidentally hurt you. I'll help you stop the bleeding, Fire Lotus said in a panic, and after saying that she pulled out the dagger and blood spurted out of the wound like a blood arrow. But the next moment, she stabbed Dong Ping's lower abdomen again. You. Dong Ping looked at Fire Lotus in shock and anger. Fire Lotus pulled out the dagger again and retreated to the side of Qin Feiyang and the other two. She blinked her bright eyes and said in a charming voice, I really didn't do it on purpose, young master, you have to believe me. Dong Ping raised his head and looked at the four of them. The four of them looked at each other with a mocking smile. Dong Ping finally reacted. They were teasing him. You dare to tease me? You must have eaten the guts of a leopard. In an instant, Dong Ping's face became incomparably ferocious. Frenzy rolled his eyes and sneered, so what if we tease you? Do you really think you're a big shot? You're courting death. Dong Ping said word by word with a murderous aura. Courting death? Your energy reserve is destroyed and you've lost your cultivation. Even if we stand here and don't move, what can you do to us? Geniuses of the Central Dynasty? What the hell? You think we're really rich? Wrong. We're not rich, we're super rich. If you dare to offend us, even if you're from the Central Dynasty, you'll have to kneel down before us. Frenzy sneered. Not a dandy but a super dandy? Is there a difference? The white-eyed wolf looked at Frenzy in astonishment. Of course there's a difference. How can an ordinary rich be compared to us three super rich? Frenzy smiled proudly. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at Dong Ping with a proud smile. How about it, have you seen our methods? The three of us super rich, that's not an undeserved reputation. Dong Ping looked at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and laughed angrily. At present, he hadn't seen through the identities of the three and thought that they were here to take revenge on him after being humiliated by him in the Moon Pavilion. You wanted us to kneel down before, right? Fine. Now you kneel down for us too. As long as you kowtow to us a few times and call us Grandpa, we'll spare your dog life. Frenzy looked at him mockingly. Kneel? Kowtow? Call me Grandpa, Dong Ping murmured. Boom. A monstrous murderous aura erupted as he roared, You guys really don't know what's good for you. The undead domain was activated. His shattered sea of qi and the wound on his lower abdomen instantly healed. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were dumbfounded. This must be a dream. They rubbed their eyes and looked at Dong Ping's lower abdomen again, revealing a look of disbelief. Fire Lotus was speechless. He was still acting. He was addicted to acting, right? However, this Dong Ping was indeed stupid to the point of being cute. He didn't even think about it. If it was really just three rich kids, would they dare to provoke people from the Central Dynasty? It would be too late to curry favor with them. Dong Ping laughed sinisterly, Pay the price for your stupidity. An ultimate profundity of an ultimate law once again appeared out of thin air and charged furiously towards Qin Feiyang's group of four. Run! Frenzy shouted anxiously. The white-eyed wolf immediately swept up the three of them and activated momentary time. Without looking back, they rushed out of the valley and fled into the distance. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the new book pavilion. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new book pavilion. Chapter 4240. You even mastered the law of time? Not bad. Dong Ping smiled coldly. He activated instant time and chased after them like lightning. My lord, we were wrong. I didn't lie to you this time. I really know my mistake. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Madman turned his head and shouted in panic. Go to hell and repent slowly. Dong Ping's killing intent surged. He was really angry. As one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, no one dared to play with him like this. This was simply challenging his bottom line. You really won't let us go? Madman said angrily. So what if I am? Dong Ping sneered. Just a few playboys, what can they do? Fine. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Madman roared. The four of them immediately stopped. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the Fire Lotus back to the Black Tortoise world. Dong Ping was stunned. They actually stopped. It seemed that they were not only stupid but also ignorant. You forced us to do this. The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Ping gloomily. And then? Dong Ping looked at the white-eyed wolf with a smile that wasn't a smile. He had decided. He couldn't just kill the three of them like this. He had to torture them and let them have a taste of life worse than death. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, Madman said in a deep voice. Haha, then come and bite me. Do you have the ability? A few pieces of trash dare to provoke me. You think that everything will be fine after sending that woman into a spatial artifact. Ridiculous. After I kill you all, I will slowly deal with her. Dong Ping smiled sinisterly. That ultimate profundity, the strongest law, instantly shattered the sky and shot towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. He didn't even activate the will of heaven, yet he was so confident. Who is this laughable person? The white-eyed wolf raised the corner of his mouth. An ultimate profound of the law of death instantly appeared high up in the sky, carrying with it a monstrous might as it blasted out. What? Dong Ping was stunned. Such a hedonistic sun could actually take out an ultimate profundity of an ultimate law? Boom. With a loud bang, the two ultimate mysteries collided. Because neither of them had activated the will of the Great Path, the difference in power was not bad. After a few breaths of time, the two ultimate profound meanings collapsed one after another. The people of the Central Dynasty are just SOSO. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. The madman and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and moved to the sides, preparing to surround Dong Ping. That's all? Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Dong Ping sneered. An ultimate profundity appeared, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. What? It's actually the will of the heavenly Tao. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly changed. Do you know what the will of the heavenly Tao means? This means that I have mastered at least 6 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. A piece of trash like you wants to fight me? You better wake up quickly. Dong Ping laughed arrogantly. His ultimate profound carried the will of the heavenly Tao, crushing the earth and mountains as he attacked the white-eyed wolf. I'm so scared. I'm about to be scared to death. The white-eyed wolf patted his chest with a look of horror. However, the next moment, the ultimate profundity of the law of death appeared again, and a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao erupted. This. Dong Ping, who was feeling proud, suddenly widened his eyes. He actually mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. How was this possible? A mere hedonistic sun could never have such powerful strength. Could it be? Dong Ping's eyes trembled. There were only a few experts in the 4 continents who had comprehended the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore it was not difficult to guess. The experts of the god race, the human race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race would definitely not attack him, nor would they have the guts to attack him. The experts of the sea race and the beast race were almost completely wiped out, so it could not be them. Then only Qin Feiyang and his group were left. Boom. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura erupted from 2 other directions. Dong Ping shuddered and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf in a triangular formation, surrounding him in the middle. The madman's face was also full of playfulness. Finally, he had played enough and could send this person to hell. You are? Dong Ping's eyes were gloomy. Your brain is much slower than we thought. Apart from us, in the 4 continents, who would dare to provoke you, a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When Dong Ping heard this, his body and mind trembled. In the next instant, he activated the undying domain without reservation. The 7 ultimate profundities of the law charged toward the white-eyed wolf, ready to break out. You actually think I'm the breakthrough point? Who are you looking down on? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Boom. The battle soul heaven-swallowing beast appeared. Swallow. The 4th ability was activated. Dong Ping's 7 ultimate profundities immediately flew toward the battle soul's wide mouth. Even the undying runes in Dong Ping's domain broke out uncontrollably and flew toward the wide mouth. This scene. Not only Dong Ping but even Qin Feiyang and the madman were dumbfounded. They remembered that when the white-eyed wolf fought with Dong Xin, it could swallow Dong Xin's domain of the gods. And now it could swallow Dong Ping's undying domain. Could it be that the white-eyed wolf's 4th ability could restrain the 5 domains? Tell me, aren't you just asking to be humiliated? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. This is impossible. Dong Ping roared. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. The ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the all-evil sword, appeared and exuded a world-destroying aura as it charged toward Dong Ping. I have the undying domain. No one can kill me. Dong Ping roared. But before his voice died away, The undying runes in the domain all rose into the air and were swallowed by the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Gotcha. It was also at this moment that the undying domain collapsed. Dong Ping was terrified as he roared, "Don't!" Boom! The all-evil sword and the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death arrived. The all-evil sword was a super-killing technique. The ultimate profundities of the law of life and death could also be considered a super-killing technique. Without the undying domain, what suspense was there for Dong Ping to face two super-killing techniques? With a miserable scream, blood splattered across the sky as his soul was destroyed. That's it? The white-eyed wolf chuckled, his eyebrows filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and scanned the void. After waiting for a while and confirming that Dong Ping wasn't reborn, they let out a long breath. They had finally gotten rid of a huge problem. If this Dong Ping didn't die with the strength of the undying domain, he would definitely bring them a lot of trouble in the future. Immediately after, the two restrained their aura and looked at the white-eyed wolf. The more they looked at this guy's battle soul, the more terrifying it was. The white-eyed wolf had already retracted his battle soul and was scanning the void as if he was looking for something. "What are you looking for?" The madman looked at him suspiciously. "I'm looking for Dong Ping's keepsake." "It's all your fault for being so heavy-handed. Didn't you say that you would give his head to Dong Tianqian and the others as a meeting gift? Now that his soul has been destroyed, what can you give to them?" The white-eyed wolf stared at the two of them with dissatisfaction. The two of them were stunned. When they were teasing Dong Ping before, they were too excited and forgot about this matter. "So I'm looking now to see if I can find any keepsake related to Dong Ping. You guys really can't do anything right." The white-eyed wolf complained non-stop. The two of them were helpless. How could he say that they couldn't do anything right? Wasn't it just a head? It didn't matter if they gave it away or not. It wasn't that important. Sigh. The white-eyed wolf let out a long sigh, his face full of disappointment. He didn't find anything and was ready to watch a good show, but the most important thing was gone. All right. The mad scientist rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, Dong Ping's death will be exposed sooner or later. At that time we can still see their expressions." The white-eyed wolf glared at the mad scientist and could only give up. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf frowned and looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you think that Dong Ping left his divine soul in the Central Dynasty in advance to save his life?" Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other. They really hadn't considered this question. It shouldn't be. With their arrogance, they must be like us and disdain to do such a thing. The mad scientist came back to his senses and frowned. Not necessarily. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Should we ask the inner demons and big cousin? They're not familiar with the 5 unparalleled geniuses, so they definitely don't know." Qin Feiyang said. "Then they'll meet sooner or later. We'll know when we ask them," the white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he led the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist into the black tortoise world. Fire Lotus stood in the tea garden and looked at the three of them unhappily. "Next time, don't come to me for this kind of thing." "Isn't this a good thing?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "A good thing?" Fire Lotus was about to leave, but when she heard this, she immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. What kind of good thing was this? "This can prove your charm. If it's not a good thing, then what is?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Fire Lotus's face darkened when she heard this. Wasn't her charm obvious to everyone? Did she need to use this method to prove it? Seeing Fire Lotus's expression, the white-eyed wolf carefully said, Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. No matter what kind of woman she was, as long as she was angry, she was scarier than a tigress." Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and turned to walk back to the courtyard. She took out a sound transmission stone and said without turning her head, "I sent you a video, no need to thank me." The three of them were stunned. The next moment, their sound transmission stones vibrated one after another. They took it out and looked at it suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly became excited and he shouted, "Little Lotus, you're the cutest." Fire Lotus's cheeks immediately turned red when she heard this. Why was the white-eyed wolf so happy? That was because this video was the scene of them killing Dong Ping. With this video, what was the use of killing people? This was the best gift for Dong Hanzong and the others. "Send me out quickly." The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. What an impatient guy. Then he sent the white-eyed wolf out. "Do we still need to send a message to the inner demons?" Lunatic asked. "Just in case, let's send a message to them." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Chapter 42-41. Bus. After a short while. As the voice transmission stone awakened, Lu Jiajin and the inner demon's phantoms appeared. When they saw where the two of them were, Qin Feiyang and the madman couldn't help but be stunned. The place where the two of them were at was a place with green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. Where are you guys? The madman looked at the two of them suspiciously. Sightseeing. Lu Jiajin smiled slightly. What? The madman was stunned. They were still in the mood for sightseeing? They thought that the two of them should have gone to meet up with Dong Hanzong and the others. But they didn't expect them to be so leisurely as to go sightseeing. What else do you think? Lu Jiajin asked. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Qin Feiyang asked, Then when are you guys going to find Dong Hanzong and the others? No hurry. Lu Jiajin waved his hand. Alright. There are two main reasons why I'm sending you this message. The first thing is that Dong Ping has been killed by us. The second thing is that we want you guys to help us find out if Dong Ping left his divine soul in the Central Dynasty in advance to save his life. Qin Feiyang said. What? You guys have already killed Dong Ping? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin looked at each other. This action was too fast and there wasn't even the slightest sound. Yes. Just before. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not bad. In the blink of an eye, a huge problem has been eliminated. The inner demons laughed. Of course. What we care about is efficiency. The madman smiled proudly. The inner demon rolled her eyes. Can't you keep a low profile? You want to soar to the heavens with just a few words of praise? Lu Jiajin pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. Logically speaking, a genius like Dong Ping should disdain to do such a thing, but just in case, it's necessary to confirm it. Yes, we think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demon said, All right. Let's play for another year or so, and then we'll meet up with Dong Hanzong and the others. You still want to play for another year and a half? Madman was stunned. Can't I? The inner demons frowned. No, is this the time to go sightseeing? Madman was speechless. In order to deal with the Central Dynasty, they had been so busy that they were in a terrible fix, but these two acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Can you be more reliable? The inner demon's face darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We're doing this for your own good. For our own good. Madman was stunned. They really couldn't tell how he was doing this for their own good. Of course. You've all personally experienced the strength of Dong Ping and the others. Every single one of you possesses heaven-defying strength. If old Lu and I are added to the mix, have you ever thought about what kind of situation all of you would be in at that time? The inner demons asked. Madman fell silent. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. Dong Hanzong's group, the God race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race were already enough to deal with them. If the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were added to the mix, their situation would be even more dangerous. Because as long as the inner demons and Lu Jiajin wanted to continue hiding in the Central Dynasty, they would have to attack them after meeting up with Dong Hanzong and the others. You can't deny it now, right? We're doing this for your own good. The inner demons laughed. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. For a moment he couldn't find a reason to refute. But you can't delay for too long. After all, our battle with Dong Ping and the others has already caused a lot of commotion. If you don't appear in front of Dong Hanzong and the others, they will definitely suspect you. Qin Feiyang said. You don't need to remind us of this. We know what to do. The inner demons waved his hand. Alright. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as they knew what to do. Outside. At this moment there was an uproar. It can't be. The person in this video seems to be that genius from the Central Dynasty? He was actually surrounded and killed? Who are the three people that surrounded and killed him? Because Qin Feiyang, Madman and White-Eyed Wolf had all changed their appearances, many people couldn't help but feel suspicious when they saw the video that White-Eyed Wolf spread. Wait. Look, that young man has awakened the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. In today's world, it seems that only Qin Feiyang and someone called Lu Yuntian have comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Lu Yuntian is from the Central Dynasty. It can't be him. So this young man is clearly Qin Feiyang. That's right. It must be Qin Feiyang and the others. Aren't they too fast? How did they kill Dong Ping so quickly? Everyone was shocked. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and this video quickly spread across the 4 great continents. The ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons. Inside a large hall. The king sat at the front. Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqian, and another woman sat on the lower right. As for Dong Xan, she was in seclusion to reconstruct her body. The Divine King, Heavenly Lord Ji, and the human supremes sat on the lower left. After all, this was the ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons, so the person sitting on the main seat must be the king. If Dong Hanzong wanted to occupy the main seat, then he would be too ignorant. After all, even if he was an unparalleled genius of the central dynasty, he shouldn't steal the limelight. Dong Hanzong looked at the three and said, Qin Feiyang and the others must be eliminated, so I hope that the three of you can cooperate with us. That's for sure. The three looked at each other and nodded with a smile. There's one more thing. I also hope that the king can persuade the dozen or so old seniors. No matter what, they are still members of the divine kingdom. Now that the divine kingdom is in trouble, I hope that they can do their part. Dong Hanzong said. About this, the king smiled wryly and sighed. I know the personalities of these old men the best. It's useless to force them to do something they don't want to do. I can only say that we'll try our best. Try our best? Dong Tianqian's gaze turned cold. He looked at the monarch and said, They must listen to us because this is the emperor's orders. If they disobey the emperor's orders, I don't need to tell you what will happen to your purple gold divine dragon clan. You should know very well. I know. The king nodded. But there were rays of cold light flashing in his eyes. A few yellow-haired brats actually dared to threaten his purple gold divine dragon clan too. Bus. Then. Heavenly Lord Ji's divine voice stone rang. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He took out the divine sound transmission stone and lowered his head to look at it. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he looked very shocked. What's wrong? The king looked at him in confusion. When Heavenly Lord Ji was about to speak, the divine voice stones of the divine king and the human supremes also vibrated. The two of them were startled and also took out their divine voice stones. After checking the content, the two of them were also stunned. Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqian, and the other woman looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the three of them suspiciously. What's wrong with the three of you? The king was puzzled. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the divine king and the supremes and asked, Is the message you received an image? Yes. The two of them nodded. About Dong Ping? Heavenly Lord Ji asked again. Yes. The two of them nodded again. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes dimmed and he said, We all received this image. Seems to be true. What image? Dong Hanzong and the other two frowned. Why was it related to Dong Ping? Take a look for yourselves. Heavenly Lord Ji waved his hand and a battle image appeared in the air of the main hall. When they saw Dong Ping, the white-eyed wolf's heaven-swallowing beast, Qin Feiyang's ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and the lunatic's all-evil sword, the four of them suddenly stood up. How did Dong Ping get surrounded by the three of them? At the same time, the king's eyes flickered. He didn't need to continue watching after seeing the first half of the image, because he knew that Dong Ping must have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf. This image must have been deliberately spread by Qin Feiyang and the others. Bastard. I'm going to kill them. After watching the image, Dong Tianqian was enraged and rushed out of the hall with murderous intent. Stop. Dong Hanzong shouted. Dong Tianqian said angrily, Brother Zong, Dong Ping has already died in their hands. Why aren't we fighting back? Of course we have to fight back. But we don't even know where they are. How can we fight back? Besides, aren't you falling into their trap if you run out alone? Dong Hanzong said. That's right. It'll be difficult for them to kill us if we stay together. But if we split up and fight alone, it'll be easy for them to kill us with their strength. Maybe they want to use this to make us lose our minds and go after them so that they can defeat us one by one. The woman said. But, Dong Tianqian wanted to say something. I don't want to repeat myself. As for Dong Ping's death, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go after Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng alone. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. The woman frowned and said, Speaking of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng, why haven't they done anything yet? Are they purposely avoiding us? Why are they avoiding us? We're not their enemies. The king interjected. I don't know. We don't know much about those two either. The woman shook her head. You don't know much? Aren't they from the central dynasty? The king frowned. Although they're from the central dynasty, we've never come into contact with them. We've only heard of their deeds. They're both arrogant and lawless people. The woman said. Dong Tianqian's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, Then it's all their fault. If it weren't for them, Dong Ping wouldn't have died. Dong Hanzong raised his eyebrows and looked at Dong Tianqian. Do you know that you're in danger now? Because you've lost your mind. Dong Ping is my younger brother. How can I be calm when I see him die in the 4 great continents? Dong Tianqian glared at Dong Hanzong angrily. What? Dong Ping is this person's younger brother? The king, the divine king, the human lord, and heavenly lord Ji looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Chapter 42. Dong Hanzong said angrily, It's because Dong Ping is your brother that you should calm down. Dong Tianqian stared at Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong also stared back at him. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became heavy to the extreme. All right. Calm down. In this situation, if we fight among ourselves, only Qin Feiyang will be happy. We can't do anything that will make our enemies happy. The woman stood out to mediate. Although Dong Hanzong was publicly known as the first of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, Dong Tianqian was not weak either. The most important thing was, Dong Tianqian's family background was stronger than Dong Hanzong's. Dong Hanzong was born in an ordinary family, and his parents were ordinary people all their lives. Dong Hanzong's status today was entirely due to his own efforts. But no matter how hard he worked, he was just one person. How could he compare with Dong Tianqian's family? So, if they really fought with Dong Tianqian, Dong Hanzong would be the one to suffer in the end. She also had her own selfish motives. She did not want to see Dong Hanzong become a thorn in Dong Tianqian's side, nor did she want to see Dong Hanzong suffer. Dong Tianqian glanced at the woman, snorted from his nose and returned to his seat, his eyes flashing with strong murderous intent. Dong Hanzong also retracted his gaze and looked at the monarch and the others. Can you find Qin Feiyang's hiding place as soon as possible? It's hard to say. These people are very cunning unless they take the initiative to show up. The monarch shook his head. When Dong Tianqian heard this, he immediately became angry and roared, If you can't do anything, what's the use of having you? The monarch and the others raised their eyebrows. Not convinced? Dong Tianqian stared at the 4 with cold eyes. You're a genius of the Central Dynasty who dares to not be convinced. But don't forget, this is not the Central Dynasty, but the 4 great continents. Here no one will spoil you. The divine king shouted gloomily. Presumptuous. Dong Tianqian was furious and a terrifying aura spread out. Dong Hanzong frowned and looked at the woman next to him. Dong Qin, he needs to calm down, send him to rest. All right. Dong Qin nodded. She got up and walked over to Dong Tianqian. She smiled and said, Let's go. I'll accompany you to relax. Dong Tianqian looked at Dong Hanzong, then at the monarch and the other 2 and finally at Dong Qin. He stood up with a gloomy face, then turned and left quickly. Dong Qin immediately followed. After the 2 of them left, Dong Hanzong let out a long sigh and looked at the 3 people apologetically. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Actually, we can understand his feelings right now. The king waved his hand. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded and asked, Is there really no way to find their hiding place? I really didn't. If they were born in the divine kingdom, it would be easy to deal with them. Because there must be a few friends or family members around you that you care about. But they are from the sky cloud realm and have no relatives or friends in our divine kingdom. Forcing them to show themselves is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The king sighed. If only we had the omniscient eye as well. The divine king couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Dong Hanzong frowned and suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at the king and asked, Qin Feiyang seems to be your daughter's descendant? Yes. The king nodded. Then can we make use of this relationship? Dong Hanzong asked. It's useless. Last time, Neptune, dragon god, and Yulao asked me to use this relationship to lure Qin Feiyang out, but in the end, Qin Feiyang didn't show up at all. The way I see it, this Qin Feiyang, regardless of whether it is me or our purple gold divine dragon clan, he only possesses hatred. The king shook his head. Why does he hate you so much? Dong Hanzong was puzzled. Because we invaded the sky cloud realm twice. And back then, when my daughter and the human emperor fell in love, I tried my best to stop them and even personally attacked the sky cloud realm. The beast god of the sky cloud realm died in my hands. As far as I know, Qin Feiyang has a very good relationship with the beast god's subordinates. Even Qin Feiyang's achievements today have a lot to do with the beast god's subordinates. Think about it, if it were you, would you hate me? The most obvious thing is that when I went to the sky cloud realm last time, I wanted to see my daughter, but Qin Feiyang didn't allow it. He even sent my daughter to another place to hide. The king sighed. It seems that he really hates you. Dong Hanzong nodded and said, But I heard that the last time he invited you to Qingtian City, it seems to be to reconcile with you? It's true, but can we betray the Lord Ruler? The patriarch of the nation said solemnly. We all know how loyal you are to the Lord Ruler. But for the sake of the big picture, I still hope that you can sacrifice yourselves. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed. What do you mean? The king and the other three looked at Dong Hanzong in confusion. Doesn't he want you to betray the divine kingdom? Then you can do as he wishes and betray the divine kingdom. Won't you be able to get close to them this way? Dong Hanzong smiled. What? The four looked at each other. I know that doing this will definitely affect your reputation. But as long as you can get rid of them, it will be worth it. And after that, I will help you prove that this is just a show to deal with them. I believe that when that time comes, not only will the people of the divine kingdom not curse you, they will respect you even more. Dong Hanzong smiled. The four hesitated. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Isn't this your duty as the leaders of the 4 continents? Dong Hanzong said. The king gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, we will listen to you, but you have to promise that you will really help us prove it. Otherwise, when the time comes, even if we have 100 mouths, we won't be able to explain it clearly. Don't worry. Once Qin Feiyang and the others are dead, I will announce it to the public. Dong Hanzong smiled. Good. The 4 nodded. And in order to make this show real, we have to put on a good show. In other words, we will have to fight among ourselves. Dong Hanzong said. The 4 looked at each other and said, Fine, we will listen to you. You people of the Central Dynasty, don't go too far. A moment later, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the ancestral land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Then, terrifying auras burst out one after another. 5 figures charged into the Star River like lightning. It was the king, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji. What's going on? Why are the king and the others fighting with the people of the Central Dynasty? The members of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan couldn't help but be suspicious when they saw this sudden battle. The Star River. The king and the others were going all out. 3,000 clones, the mark of the god race, the sword of faith, and the power of destruction. For a moment, Dong Hanzong couldn't help but have an illusion that the 4 really wanted to kill him. But he didn't know. This wasn't his illusion at all. Because the king and the other 2 really wanted to kill him. So, the situation of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan spread across the 4 continents. South Continent. In a certain city. The white-eyed wolf disguised himself as a white-bearded old man and was about to leave smugly to meet up with Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, hearing the news that the king and the others were fighting with Dong Hanzong, he couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of drama was this? Could it be that the king and the others were forced by Dong Hanzong and turned hostile in advance? He immediately hid, took out the divine sound transmission stone, and sent a message to Qin Feiyang and the madman. What? They are fighting? Qin Feiyang and the madman were both surprised. The white-eyed wolf said, Now everyone is talking about this. It should be true. What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Qin Feiyang and the madman were puzzled. The king, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race were all very careful people. How could they fall out with Dong Hanzong over such a small matter? There must be something strange about this. Where are you now? Qin Feiyang asked. South Continent. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, Okay, come back first. Let's go to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory to take a look. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded, put away the divine sound transmission stone, and directly opened a space-time passage to leave. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory was located in the hinterland of the North Continent. As far as the eye could see, it was all endless mountains and rivers. Some of the giant peaks were tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the sky, looking extremely majestic. The mountains were lush with vegetation, rivers and lakes could be seen everywhere, and the rich energy of the crystal veins and soul veins were like clouds. Even if they did not know that this was the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory in advance, as long as they saw this mountain with their own eyes, they could imagine that this was definitely not an ordinary place. That was because the terrain here was extraordinary. If one looked down from the sky, it was like a divine dragon formed by thousands of giant peaks. At this moment, around the mountain, many living beings had already rushed over after hearing the news. There were humans and gods. There were also traces of the beast race and sea race. Without exception, they all looked at the sky and felt the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. At the same time, The clansmen of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan also stood in the sky above the clan's territory and discussed animatedly. The king, the clan leader, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race would definitely not fall out with the people of the Central Dynasty for no reason. But why? These four giants were not the kind of people who would rebel against their superiors. Swoosh. A figure soared into the sky. It was Jianghu. He looked at the sky and shouted, "All clansmen listen up, prepare for battle." His voice was like a bell, reverberating in all directions. Prepare for battle? Sir, the other party is from the Central Dynasty. A few clansmen said in horror. So what if it's the Central Dynasty? Didn't you hear the king's roar earlier? It must be the people of the Central Dynasty. They used their status to make some excessive requests of the king and clan leader. The Central Dynasty is indeed very strong, but our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan is not weak either. Moreover, we have a backbone and will never compromise with them. Jianghu roared. Yes. We will never compromise. These words made all the clansmen of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's blood boil. This Jianghu has some guts. Outside the mountain, behind the crowd, an old man with white hair laughed softly. There were two old men beside him. They were both old and senile. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, they could not help but nod. These three people were Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf. Chapter 42-43. Fighting against the Central Dynasty was not something an ordinary person would have the courage to say. But this Jianghu not only dared to say it, but also said it so fearlessly. This showed that he was indeed a very courageous person. But thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, a person who killed his way into the sky cloud realm and slaughtered all the creatures in hell, how could he not be courageous? Whoosh. It was also at this moment. Two figures with murderous intent broke through the air and plunged straight into the galaxy. It was Dong Tianqin and Dong Qin. They were relaxing outside, but when they heard the commotion they immediately rushed back. And they were extremely angry. No matter what happened after they left, the monarch and the other three dared to attack Dong Hanzong, which was an act of rebellion. Boom. Not long after the two entered the galaxy, a terrifying aura burst out. Below. Jianghu's eyes darkened. He looked down at a mountain peak and shouted, "Did you inform the ancestors?" "Yes. They'll be here soon." On the mountain peak, Ryuko and Ji Shaoi stood side by side. Hearing this, the two nodded, their eyes were filled with anger. Did they think that just because they were from the Central Dynasty, they could do whatever they wanted in the land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons? Boom. Before the two finished their words, a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. Boss Ji and a group of elders walked out angrily. "Grandfather, they're up there." Jianghu immediately ran to Boss Ji and pointed at the sky. "A few brats, it's not enough for them to humiliate us in the village, and now they came to the land of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons to cause trouble. They don't even put us in their eyes." Boss Ji's eyes darkened. He looked at Jianghu and shouted, "Just in case, take your people and evacuate immediately." "Yes." Jianghu replied respectfully. "Let's go." Boss Ji waved his hand, and the 15 elders suddenly burst out with a monstrous aura and charged towards the galaxy. Damn. The 15 ancestors of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan are alarmed. These elders haven't fought personally for a long time. Many young people even thought that they had fallen. Yeah. Not to mention the younger generation, even I have almost forgotten about them. It said that when they were young they were all frightening. Of course. In the previous era, the 10 brothers were known as the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's 10 great demons. To be able to be called demons by the common people, one can imagine how cruel and ruthless they are. Everyone was talking about it. The 3,000 avatars were only secondary to the fact that the Purple Gold Divine Dragons were able to reign supreme over the human race and the god race. The main reason was these 15 old men. Every single one of them was an existence worthy of respect. Boom. As the 15 people entered the Milky Way, the battle fluctuations became even more terrifying. "Old Qin, it seems like something really bad is going to happen." Madman transmitted. Qin Feiyang scanned the sky, then looked at Jianghu and the others. His face was also filled with doubt. What was going on? "How dare you betray the exalted Sovereign Lord? On behalf of the exalted Sovereign Lord, I bestow death upon you." Suddenly, an angry roar came from the Milky Way. "What? My Lord, Divine King Jizun, are you betraying our divine kingdom? How is this possible?" All these years, their battle with Qin Feiyang and the others is obvious to all. In order to get rid of Qin Feiyang and the others, they have worked so hard. How can they say that they are betraying the divine kingdom? Everyone was surprised. Don't listen to their nonsense. It must be because they wanted the Lord and the others to do something for them, but the Lord and the others didn't agree, so they became angry and deliberately slandered the Lord and the others. Jianghu shouted. That's right. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Relying on the central dynasty behind them, they came to the 4 great continents to behave atrociously? This is too much. Everyone nodded. These people from the central dynasty were simply disgusting. This scene. It was probably something that the Lord, Divine King Jizun, and Heavenly Lord Ji never expected. They were originally worried that it would affect their reputation. But they didn't expect that after Ji Yunhai's words, Dong Hanzong and the others would arouse everyone's anger. Little Qinzi, do you want to go up and take a look? The white-eyed wolf thought, and there was a hint of worry between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang was quite hesitant. He had a feeling that this matter wasn't so simple. Although he didn't have much contact with the Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun, he knew a lot about their personalities. They couldn't be so impulsive. Especially when facing these unparalleled geniuses from the central dynasty. Because the person standing behind Dong Hanzong and the others was the Lord of the central dynasty. I think it's better to go and take a look. The crazy one said telepathically. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He glanced at the crowd and said in a low voice, "Follow me." The two were stunned. What did he mean? It's better to be careful in everything. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully. Then he turned around and left. The crazy one and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Soon, the 3 of them entered a canyon. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an avatar appeared. An avatar? The 2 were stunned. Qin Feiyang looked at the avatar and said, "Help me check out the situation in the Star River." Okay. The avatar nodded. Although Qin Feiyang had changed his appearance, the avatar didn't. When the avatar streaked across the sky and appeared above the purple-gold divine dragons, it immediately caused a stir. Qin Feiyang. He actually came to join in the fun? Where are the crazy one and the golden wolf came? Why don't I see them? Aren't the 3 of them always inseparable? Everyone murmured. Their eyes were filled with awe. Although Qin Feiyang was the enemy of the divine kingdom, Qin Feiyang's strength and methods had already convinced them. Moreover, now Qin Feiyang's importance in their hearts had already surpassed the Lord and the others. Because this was the truth. If the current Qin Feiyang were to go all out, his strength would far surpass the Lord and the others. At the same time, Ryuko and Ji Shaoi looked at Qin Feiyang's avatar with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Did you notice the look in Ryuko's eyes? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 came to the back of the crowd and the crazy one laughed. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at Ryuko and said with a faint smile, "Let him be." In the past, Ryuko was indeed a strong opponent. But now, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang's avatar brazenly entered the Star River, and no one dared to stop it. The moment they entered the Milky Way, terrifying shockwaves from the battle rushed toward them. At the same time, Dong Hanzong and the other 2, the Lord and the others also noticed the avatar. But they didn't recognize it as the avatar and thought it was Qin Feiyang himself. You really came? The corner of Dong Hanzong's mouth lifted. Damn. He came too fast, we didn't even have time to inform him. The Lord and the other 2 were a little anxious. Originally, they planned to immediately inform Qin Feiyang of Dong Hanzong's plan after this show. But they didn't expect. They came so quickly after hearing the news. So lively. The avatar slightly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Dong Hanzong and the other 2. Aren't you here to deal with me? Why are you fighting with the Lord and the others first? But watching you guys fight each other is indeed quite interesting. Don't worry about me, you guys continue. Why are you still talking nonsense here? Hurry up and leave, this is a scam aimed at you. The Divine King calmly transmitted his voice. Scam? The avatar's heart trembled. At the same time, at the back of the crowd, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a trace of light. There was indeed a problem. Although the 3,000 avatars had independent consciousness, they were also equivalent to his eyes and ears. As long as the avatars saw and heard, he would know. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf and the crazy one noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. This Dong Hanzong is indeed a little smart. Qin Feiyang whispered. Star River. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin and Dong Tianqian looked at each other and left the battlefield at lightning speed. They instantly flew across the sky and landed around the avatar. The avatar glanced at the 3 of them. After Dong Qin and Dong Tianxin killed their way into the Star River, they already knew about Dong Hanzong's plan. They thought that Qin Feiyang wouldn't be so easily fooled, but they didn't expect him to enter the Star River alone. Wasn't this prey delivered to their doorstep? What's going on? Boss Ji and the other old men were still in the dark. Sigh. The Lord sighed inwardly and told the group of old men about Dong Hanzong's plan. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you said so earlier, we would have thought of a way to inform this kid. Boss Ji said angrily. How would I know? He's coming over now. Moreover, they have always liked to stay in the Black Tortoise world. It's impossible for them to receive the news so quickly. This is just an accident. The Lord smiled bitterly. Then what should we do? The group of old men was worried. Let's wait and see. If Qin Feiyang is in danger, then we will really fall out with the Central Dynasty. A trace of killing intent surged in the Lord's heart. The three old men and the group of old men were worried to death, but the Avatar acted as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Dong Hanzong and the other two and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Aren't you guys going to fight?" "Haha, I thought you were smart, but it turns out that you're just so-so. Even now, you still don't understand? This is a show that we, the monarch and the others put on to lure you out." Dong Hanzong shook his head and sneered. "What?" The Avatar's face changed. "That's right. Everything you see now is just an illusion. I also thought that it would take a lot of effort to lure you out, but I didn't expect it to succeed so easily. It seems that I have overestimated you before. However, this saves us a lot of trouble." Dong Hanzong smiled leisurely, as if he was in control of the entire situation and strategizing. "Despicable." The Avatar shouted angrily. "Despicable?" Dong Hanzong was slightly taken aback and said mockingly, "Shouldn't you say that I'm more skilled?" The Avatar's eyes darkened, and he turned around to use the moment of time and fled toward the exit. Dong Tianxin stepped at the exit and said ferociously, "You still want to leave? You killed my brother and I want you to pay with your blood." "Brother?" The Avatar frowned. "Yes. Dong Ping is my biological brother. After I kill you, I will kill the Frenzied One, kill the Golden-Winged Wolf King, kill everyone around you, and let you reunite in the underworld." Dong Tianxin's face was incomparably ferocious, and his voice was filled with a terrifying chill. Chapter 42-44. "I see," the Avatar muttered. No wonder Dong Tianxin was so worried when he saw that Dong Ping was in danger during the battle at Qingtian City. But then again, one of them had the God-slaying domain and an invincible state, while the other had the undying domain and an undying body. This Dong Tianxin's family was really full of talents. It was no exaggeration to say that the two brothers could create a huge family force. Die. With Brother Zong here, even if you have 3,000 avatars, it's meaningless. Dong Tianxin sneered and activated the God-slaying domain. 7 ultimates appeared out of nowhere and attacked the Avatar. Looking at this scene, the king and the others' hearts were in their throats. But the Avatar was not nervous at all. He turned to look at Dong Hanzong and sneered. "Do you really think you're smart? Do you really think everyone else is a fool? Young man, you're still too young." Dong Hanzong frowned. What was going on? How could he be so calm in the face of encirclement? The Avatar could not fight back. As Dong Tianxin's 7 ultimates arrived, the Avatar dissipated in the void. The expressions of the group of people instantly turned sluggish. No flesh and blood? This was the Avatar? You made us worry for nothing. The Divine King was speechless. When the king and the others heard this, they could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Sure enough, the eunuchs were more worried than the emperor. Bastard. When he came back to his senses, Dong Tianxin immediately went crazy and roared. Dong Hanzong's face was also very ugly. He had shamelessly said that the other party was not good, but the next second he was slapped in the face by the other party. Thinking of the words before the Avatar disappeared, he felt like a clown. It was extremely ridiculous. Dong Qin's face was also very gloomy. Dong Hanzong's plan could be said to be exquisite, but he did not expect the other party to see through it in the blink of an eye. Previously he was showing off in front of the Avatar, but in the end they were the clowns. Wait. The Avatar is here, then his real body must be nearby. Let's go down. Dong Tianxin suddenly shuddered and hurriedly rushed out of the exit. When Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin heard this, they hurriedly chased after him. The remaining monarchs and the others looked at each other, and there was a subtle smile in their eyes. It seemed that even the 5 peerless geniuses were no match for Qin Feiyang and the others. Now he could be completely relieved. Immediately after, a group of people also revealed their starry river one after another. At this moment, The purple-gold divine dragon clansmen had already retreated and gathered around the mountain. When Dong Tianqin and the other two appeared, they immediately cast hateful gazes at them. But at this moment, how could the three of them be in the mood to care about them? His divine consciousness rolled out and shrouded the entire area. What are they doing? Everyone was bewildered. Whoosh. Not long after, the monarch and the others appeared. Seeing that the monarch and the others appeared safe and sound, the people of the purple-gold divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. But soon after, a trace of suspicion crept into their minds. Why didn't Qin Feiyang appear? Didn't he also enter the Milky Way? Could it be that he had already died in the hands of Dong Hanzong and the other two? Using their divine senses, Dong Hanzong and the other two's faces sank. Suddenly, Dong Qin looked at the back of the crowd in the distance. In her divine sense, there were three old men who were opening a space-time channel and preparing to leave. Those who came here were all here to join in the fun, so at this time, it was impossible for anyone to leave. Could it be them? With a look of bewilderment, she activated the momentary time and stepped into the air. At the same time she shouted, "The three of you stop right there." Dong Hanzong and Dong Tianqin also looked over, including the monarch and the others. In front of the transmission channel, the three old men slowly turned around and smiled at Dong Qin. "Are you talking to us?" "Yes, it's you guys." Dong Qin's eyes flickered, and she became more and more suspicious that they were Qin Feiyang and the other two, because the three of them were too calm and there was no trace of nervousness. Even in their eyes, there seemed to be a trace of ridicule. It seems that you guys are not that stupid. You still know that we are here." Frenzy grinned. "It's really you guys." Killing intent surged in Dong Qin's eyes. Dong Tianqin and Dong Hanzong were the same. They activated instant time and attacked the three of them. Who are they? Could it be Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Winged Wolf King? No. Didn't Qin Feiyang enter the Star River before? We all saw it with our own eyes. Why would they appear behind us now? Everyone looked at each other. What's going on? Remember, no matter how scheming you are, you can't become a hunter because the real hunters will always be us. So, if you don't want to follow in Dong Ping's footsteps, you guys better hide in the purple-gold divine dragon clan. The white-eyed wolf grinned. The three of them entered the space-time channel without looking back and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. It's really them. Then who is Qin Feiyang who entered the Star River before? Everyone was stunned. It's a clone. Ryuko raised his eyebrows. Yes. How could we forget that Qin Feiyang has 3,000 clones? This person is really vigilant. Everyone whispered. These people were indeed not lucky to be able to make a name for themselves in the Divine Kingdom. Dong Hanzong and the other two stopped. Their faces were frighteningly gloomy. In a short period of time they had been humiliated twice. The first time was by Qin Feiyang's clone. The second time was by the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. For them, it was tantamount to a great humiliation. Big brother, what's going on? Ji Yunhai jumped into the sky and landed in front of the king, asking suspiciously. The king sighed and said, "This is a show we put on to lure Qin Feiyang and the others out, but we never expected them to be so cautious." So it was a show. Ji Yunhai nodded. The others also finally understood. The king, the divine king, and Ji Zun would never betray the divine kingdom. Acting, Dong Tianqin's face was ferocious. He suddenly turned around and dashed in front of the king, slapping the king. Caught off guard, the king's energy reserve was shattered on the spot. A mouthful of purple-gold dragon blood was spat out, and his face was pale. "What are you doing?" Ji Yunwang, the divine king, the supreme being of the human race, Boss Ji, the group of elders, and the other creatures who were watching all stared at Dong Tianqin in surprise. Even Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin were disdainful. What's wrong with this person? Dong Tianqin grabbed the king's neck while he was seriously injured. He stared at Boss Ji and the others and sneered. "Don't move or I'll kill him." "You." The elders were enraged. "Humph." Dong Tianqin snorted and looked at the king. The fact that Qin Feiyang came this time means that he is indeed interested in the purple-gold divine dragon race, so we might as well make the show real. "Don't go too far," the divine king said angrily. "You want to make the show real? Isn't that the same as grabbing their fate? Forcing Qin Feiyang and the others to make a move? For the safety of the divine kingdom and for the glory of the Lord, sacrificing you is worth it." Dong Tianqin had completely lost his mind. He shouted, "Qin Feiyang, if you don't want the king to die here, if you don't want the purple-gold divine dragon race to be wiped out, come back and die right now." However, No one responded. Dong Tianqian calmed down. They've already left. What's the point of doing this? Dong Hanzong came back to his senses and quickly went forward to persuade him. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan was the strongest existence in the 4 great continents regardless of strength or foundation. Even the emperor of the Central Dynasty had to give them some face. Otherwise he wouldn't have left in the village back then. Because he knew that he could only persuade the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. He couldn't use a tough attitude or it would be counterproductive. But Dong Tianqian was different. He actually wanted to turn the show into reality and gamble with the king's life. If something really happened to the monarch, the entire Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan from top to bottom would definitely fight them to the death. And the Divine King, the sovereign of the human race, had a very good relationship with the king. At that time, not only the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race, but also the human race and the god race. Even they couldn't bear the anger of the 3 races. The most important thing was, if something happened to the king, the 3 races might really betray them. Qin Feiyang and the others were already so difficult to deal with. If the 3 races all betrayed them, the Central Dynasty would definitely be in danger. However, Dong Tianqian couldn't listen to any persuasion. He smiled and said, then spread the news. I don't believe he'll hide in the Black Tortoise realm forever. As long as he hears this news, he'll definitely come. But what if he doesn't come? Dong Qin was anxious. Dong Tianqian smiled and stared at the king. Then I can only apologize to you. It's your honor to sacrifice your life for the divine kingdom. The king was gloomy and didn't say anything. His decision back then was right. The Central Dynasty, the ruler of the divine kingdom, wasn't worth his life at all. Go and arrange it right away. Do you really want me to kill him? Dong Tianqian looked at Ji Yunhai, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, and Boss Ji, and shouted angrily. The old men's faces were dark. Master Jiao waved his hand and said, Heavenly Lord Yunhai, go and arrange it. His voice was very low. Obviously he was trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Yes. Heavenly Lord, and Ji Yunhai nodded. They looked at Dong Tianqian and scanned the people below and said angrily, What are you waiting for? Go and spread the news. Immediately, the people of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race took out the Divine Message Stone angrily. The news immediately spread across the 4 continents. Old men, let's go and arrange people to help spread the news. The Divine King and the Sovereign of the human race looked at each other and said to Boss Ji and the others, Thank you. Boss Ji said gratefully, It's okay. We're on the same side. The Divine King waved his hand. The words on the same side had a deep meaning, but Dong Hanzong and the other 2 didn't understand. No. Dong Hanzong wasn't in the mood to care about anything else. He tried to persuade Dong Tianqian. Dong Tianqian, listen to me. Don't be impulsive. Shut up. Do you really think you're the boss just because I called you Brother Zong? I don't need you to interfere with my business. Dong Tianqian smiled. Chapter 42-45. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. Why was this person so untactful? Dong Qin couldn't stand it anymore and said, Dong Tianqian, don't lose your mind. Brother Zong is doing this for your own good. For my own good? Why is my brother outside alone? Isn't it all because of Dong Hanzong? Although Qin Feiyang and the others are the culprits, Dong Hanzong is also their accomplice. As for you, aren't you being selfish by speaking up for him? Do you think we don't know that you've always had a crush on him? Dong Tianqian sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? Dong Qin's face turned red. You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Dong Tianqian snorted. Are you really going to continue like this? Do you know the consequences of killing the king? Dong Hanzong gradually lost his patience. What consequences? Nothing more than forcing the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan to betray us. So what if they betray us? With the strength of the Central Dynasty, even if we don't send out the Death God army, we can still wipe them out in minutes. Dong Tianqian said disdainfully. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong fell silent and stopped trying to persuade him. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I've already tried to persuade him. When the king blames us, he won't blame me. Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the endless mountains with smiles on their faces. This time it was too satisfying. It was even more satisfying than killing Dong Ping. Because this time they had given Dong Hanzong a few hard slaps. It could be considered as getting back some interest for Boss Ji and the others. To be honest, I didn't expect Dong Hanzong to be so smart. He actually thought of scheming against us. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. To be called one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, who doesn't have a brain. But in comparison, Dong Hanzong is better than Dong Ping and the others. The madman laughed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a faint smile, I won't deny that they're very difficult to deal with, but it's not difficult to deal with them. From the looks of it, you already have a second target in mind to eliminate? The white-eyed wolf and the madman looked at each other curiously. Yes. Dong Tianqian. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Dong Tianqian? You want to eliminate him? It can't be that easy. After all, he has the god-slaying domain and is in an invincible state. Madman frowned. I don't think the invincible state is truly invincible. Back in Qingtian City when we left, he did not take on the ultimate meaning of the 3,000 incarnations. This means that he was still very wary of it. In other words, even his invincible state has its limits. A little more. Dong Ping is actually his younger brother. This is something I never expected. His own brother died in our hands. Do you think he wouldn't go crazy? Once a person goes crazy, they will naturally lose their rationality. Isn't it easy to kill such a person? Qin Feiyang smiled. That makes sense. The two of them nodded. The white-eyed wolf added, also, judging from Dong Tianqian's behavior, it is very likely that Dong Ping did not leave his soul in the central dynasty to protect himself. Otherwise he would not be so angry. Yes. But just to be safe, we still have to let the inner demons and big cousin investigate. Before the results of the investigation are out, we can't be careless. Qin Feiyang reminded. Although the sea race and beast race had been eradicated, the central dynasty's participation had made the current situation even more serious than before. Therefore they could not afford to make any mistakes. Otherwise they would be crushed. Then do you have a detailed plan? Madman asked. How can it be so fast? I'm not a god. What can I think of? This is just a preliminary idea. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Let's go back to the Black Tortoise world. The situation is getting more and more tense. We have to master other ultimate meanings as soon as possible. An additional ultimate meaning was equivalent to an additional layer of protection. Just like now. Without the 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven, the all-evil true body, and the heaven-devouring battle soul, Qin Feiyang and the other two had no chance of winning against Dong Hanzong and the others. Because first of all, the number of ultimate meanings that the other party had already suppressed them. Shua. However, at this moment, two figures descended in the sky. The three were slightly taken aback. They looked up. It was actually the Divine King and the human race's supreme? You guys are indeed here. The Divine King scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there were no living beings around, he landed on the mountain peak and smiled. How did you know we were here? Madman was stunned. The Divine King said, I saw that you guys usually teleported to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain before, so I came to try my luck. Because the Divine Sound Transmission Stone was destroyed in the Void Land and the contract bridge had not been rebuilt, they could not directly contact Qin Feiyang and the other two. Then why are you guys in such a hurry to find us? Are you praising us? That's not necessary. It's just a small matter. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Look at how cocky you are. The Divine King's face darkened. The human race's supreme beside him, who was a man of few words, could not help but roll his eyes. Be serious. Since the two seniors came to find us, there must be something important to discuss. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at the Divine King and Madman. If you have something to say, just say it. This was because he noticed a trace of anger and worry between their brows. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Madman and the white-eyed wolf could not help but look at the two of them seriously. The Divine King said solemnly, after you guys left, Dong Tianqian flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually seriously injured the king. He wants to turn the act into reality. What? The three's expressions changed. If the act turned into reality, wouldn't the king be in danger? How dare they? Aren't they afraid of incurring the wrath of both humans and gods? Madman said angrily. The Divine King said, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin tried to dissuade him, but it was useless. I think he has completely gone crazy and doesn't want to consider these problems at all. Dong Qin? The three of them were stunned. It's that woman. The Divine King explained. Then what domain does she control? Madman was curious. I don't know. When we were in the Star River, she didn't activate her domain. The Divine King shook his head. After all, it was just an act in the Star River, so there was no need to use it for real. I guess it's also a very powerful ability. The human race's supreme being said. Let's not talk about this first. Madman waved his hand and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He sneered, Just as you thought, this Dong Tianqian is desperate. I don't believe he really dares to kill the king. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Not necessarily. A crazy person can do anything. Moreover, the Central Dynasty's foundation is so strong, Dong Tianqian won't care. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. You guys know about the Central Dynasty's foundation? The Divine King and the human race's supreme being were stunned. Even they did not know about the Central Dynasty's foundation. I know a thing or two. The Central Dynasty has no less than 5,000 experts with the will of heaven's path on the surface, not to mention the Death God army hidden in the dark. Qin Feiyang nodded. So many? Both of them were dumbfounded. Thinking about the human race and the God race, even including them, there were only a few dozen experts. This disparity wasn't just a little too big. Are you sure? The human race's supreme being came back to his senses and asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's strange. You guys haven't been to the Central Dynasty, so how do you know about this? Both of them were puzzled. We have people in the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously. No way. Both of them looked at each other. Placing spies in the Central Dynasty? How was that possible? For their safety, we will keep it a secret for now. You will know in the future. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he lowered his head and pondered. Dong Tianqian's actions were somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought that even if Dong Tianqian was desperate, he would at most be disrespectful to the king and the others. But he never expected that he would attack the king in public. This made the situation a little complicated. Now the news has spread. If you guys don't go to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he will attack the king. But if you guys go, you will be walking into a trap. You must think twice. The Divine King was worried. Dong Tianqian's actions were also beyond her and the human race's supreme being's expectations. The human race's supreme being pondered for a while, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If Dong Tianqian really dares to attack, then the three races will officially declare war on the Central Dynasty. The Divine King looked at the human race's supreme being in shock. There were no less than 5,000 experts of the will of heaven on the surface, and he still dared to declare war? Wasn't he courting death? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at the human race's supreme being and shake his head. Senior, you must not be rash. Why? The human race's supreme being frowned. First of all, we haven't completely figured out the Central Dynasty's foundation, especially the Emperor's army of death. Secondly, we don't have enough strength to go against the Central Dynasty. No matter what, we must at least wait until all 6,000 of my secret guards have grasped the will of heaven before we can act. And we can still barely do it. Qin Feiyang said. Then how long will it take for them to grasp the will of heaven? The human race's supreme being asked. It's hard to say. Although the Black Tortoise realm has a time array, comprehending the laws depends on one's talent, and there will definitely be a gap in time. But don't worry, they have all opened the gate of potential, and they also have the ultimate inheritance of the strongest laws. I believe it won't be long. Qin Feiyang said. That's still not enough. After all, you just said that the Emperor has a mysterious army of death. The Divine King frowned. Definitely not. That's why we have to nurture even more experts. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. But the goal of cultivation was a problem. Now, everyone in the Devil's Land had obtained the ultimate will of heaven they needed, but there were only 6,000 people in total. Should he go to the Black Tortoise Realm's central continent and the 4 great domains to look for targets to cultivate? However, the living beings of the Central Oblast and the 4 major regions were still too weak, their foundations too thin. Not to mention anything else, just the Black Tortoise World's sovereign realm living beings, other than Li Er and Wan San, there were only a few of them. The first condition to fuse with the inheritance was to reach the sovereign realm. Other than the Black Tortoise realm, where else could he go to find targets to cultivate? Chapter 42-46. Cough cough. Seeing Qin Feiyang's clueless look, the human race's supreme being and the Divine King coughed dryly, as if reminding him of something. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the two suspiciously. You two, is there something wrong with your throat? The white-eyed wolf asked. The two blushed. The air here is quite good. The white-eyed wolf looked around with a puzzled look. The Divine King said angrily, You brat, are you making fun of us? I don't believe that you don't understand our hint. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback and asked innocently, What are you hinting at? The Divine King's face darkened. The white-eyed wolf grinned. How could he not know what the two were hinting at? He just wanted to take the opportunity to tease the two. What? You still don't trust us? The Divine King looked at the three with displeasure. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust your subordinates. After all, with so many ultimate mysteries appearing at once, it will definitely cause quite a stir. He also thought about the God race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race. However, he was really worried. After all, not everyone in the three major races was as sensible and patient as the king, the divine king, and the supreme being. For example, if people like Ryuko Ji Shaoi and Wang Feng were to obtain the inheritance of several ultimate mysteries at once, wouldn't they immediately become complacent? If it was accidentally leaked, the three major races would definitely be in trouble. That's true. The Divine King pondered for a while and nodded. Of course. If you can absolutely control these people, I can also give them to you. For example, a blood oath. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at the two with a smile. That's simple. The Divine King's eyes lit up and said with a smile, we will first let them make a blood oath to keep their mouths shut, and then give them the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries and the pill of the gate of potential. Are you sure it's foolproof? Qin Feiyang asked. Kid, you're too arrogant, such a small matter and you still doubt us? The Divine King's face darkened. The corner of the mouth of the human race twitched slightly. In any case, he was considered an overlord of a region, yet he was actually looked down upon by a little brat. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed. Old Qin, isn't this decision of yours a little rash? We don't know what the future will be like. It's very risky to nurture people from the three major races. Madman transmitted his voice. But now they've already taken the initiative to ask. If we still don't give it to them, wouldn't that make us seem insincere? Wouldn't that be petty? In short, one sentence. Don't use those who don't suspicious Don. Since we've already formed an alliance, it's best to treat each other with sincerity, so as to avoid estrangement between us and affect the overall situation in the future. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and sent a message to the Fire Lotus in the Black Tortoise world. Girl, help me prepare 3,000 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. The so-called 3,000 portions were actually 18,000 ultimate profundity inheritances of supreme laws. One would have 6 different inheritances. 3,000 would be able to create 3,000 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao. Of course. For the human race, the God race, and the purple gold divine dragon race, 3,000 inheritances were far from enough to create 3,000 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao. Because in the three major races, many people had already grasped the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. Some had even grasped 4 or 5 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. For these people, they only needed 1 or 2 inheritances to possess the will of the heavenly Tao. So, these 3,000 inheritances, if used properly, could at least create no less than 5,000 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao for the 3 major races. This number was also very shocking. Soon, Fire Lotus gave Qin Feiyang 3 interspatial rings. Qin Feiyang handed 2 of the interspatial rings to the Divine King and the human race's supreme being, smiling. I don't have any selfish motives. The 3 major races each have 1,000 inheritances. I hope you don't think it's too little. Too little? The two happily took the interspatial rings and checked them. 1,000 inheritances, this was something they didn't even dare to think about in the past. How could they think it was too little? Although 1,000 inheritances were nothing to Qin Feiyang now, to the 3 major races, it was a great treasure. As long as these inheritances were arranged properly, the overall strength of the 3 major forces would instantly undergo a leap in an instant. Thank you. But we also prepared a surprise for you. The Divine King put away the interspatial rings and said with a smile. A surprise? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. The Divine King said, let's go to the Black Tortoise world, lest we make too much noise and attract the attention of the nearby ferocious beasts. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the remaining interspatial ring. These 1,000 inheritances must be handed over to the monarch personally. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Divine King and the human race's supreme being. After all, in the current situation, danger was everywhere. What if something unexpected happened? Swish. The 5 of them entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 immediately looked at the Divine King and Supreme Being expectantly. Although you have destroyed the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan and obtained a lot, I think the more of these things the better. The Divine King and Supreme Being looked at each other and smiled. With a wave of their hands, the sky above the Devil's Land suddenly appeared one after another. It was densely packed and countless. In the end, the sky above the Devil's Land couldn't even hold it. This, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were dumbfounded on the spot. Swish. It was also at this moment. Little Brat appeared and looked at the sky full of spirit veins and crystal veins with an extremely excited expression. Ha! The two of you, I'm sorry to have made you send so many spirit veins and crystal veins. He looked at the divine king and supreme being of the human race and laughed. Although he said so, there was no expression of embarrassment on his face at all. It was as if he couldn't wait to transfer all the spirit veins and crystal veins of the three major clans to the Black Tortoise realm. The divine king and supreme being looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The two of you, this... Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at the two of them in surprise. Last time the monarch talked to us. In order to deal with the divine kingdom's sovereign, we must rely on the origin energy of the Black Tortoise realm. Therefore, after a little discussion, we decided to give you some more spirit veins and crystal veins. Now there are a total of 300 million spirit veins and crystal veins here. Our three major clans have 100 million each. The divine king explained. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang and the other two suddenly understood and were touched. Last time the monarch and the other two had each given them 50 million. This time it was even more. Each of them had 100 million spirit veins. Adding up the two times, they had a total of 450 million spirit veins. One had to know. They had robbed the beast race and the sea race and had only obtained a total of 280 million spirit veins. Although a lot of the resources of the sea race and the beast race had been destroyed in the battle, judging from this number, the three major clans had given almost half of the resources to them. This was not just trust but also unconditional support. The monarch had originally planned to deliver the spirit veins and crystal veins to you personally, but because Dong Hanzong and the others stayed in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's territory and refused to leave, he was afraid that there would be an accident, so he asked Heavenly Lord Ji to secretly come to us and ask us to deliver them to you. Supreme Being of the human race smiled. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness." "Thank you. Qin Feiyang will remember this forever." "As long as you remember. I'm just afraid that you are White-Eyed Wolf," the Divine King said jokingly. "Why are you scolding me? I didn't provoke you." The White-Eyed Wolf was dissatisfied. "If I say White-Eyed Wolf, must I be talking about you? Or are you really a heartless White-Eyed Wolf?" The Divine King looked at him mockingly. The White-Eyed Wolf was speechless for a moment. Wasn't this a direct response? Stupid. All right. We can't stay for too long. We still have to go to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. You guys should also quickly discuss how to solve the current problem. The Divine King said. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. Then Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them out of the Black Tortoise realm. Little Wimp looked at the three of them and said in a very serious manner, "You little brats, you must know how to be grateful. The attitude of the monarch and the others towards us can be said to be heartfelt." "Don't you trust me?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "Of course I trust you. But I think some people are a little uncertain." Little Brat looked at the frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf with disdain. Then he didn't say anything else and personally left with the 300 million spirit veins and crystal veins. With these spirit veins and crystal veins, the Black Tortoise realm would grow rapidly in the future. Catching up to the Divine King was just around the corner. After Qin Feiyang sent Little Brat away, he looked at the frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf and joked, "I'm talking about you guys." The two of them smiled embarrassedly. When Qin Feiyang gave the three races the inheritance, they were a little unhappy. But in the blink of an eye, the three races gave them 300 million spirit veins and crystal veins. When compared, they felt that they were too tasteless. Fortunately, they had sent a message to Qin Feiyang and didn't let the Divine King and Jizun hear it. Otherwise they would have lost a lot of face. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this. After all, they had experienced too many schemes along the way. So, no matter who they faced, they always maintained a vigilant heart. If it weren't for this vigilant personality, they wouldn't have been able to reach where they were today. Qin Feiyang's expression gradually became serious. He asked, "Then what do you think about the king's current situation? I want to hear the truth." "Truth?" The White-Eyed Wolf narrowed his eyes and said with killing intent, "The truth is that we must save him and Dong Tianxin must die. Of course we must save him. But this time, we will definitely fall into a life and death crisis. Unless the three races directly turn against the central dynasty." The frenzy frowned. Dong Tianxin's disturbance was equivalent to messing up their plan. "Even if there's a slim chance of survival, we have to go. But, I'm still thinking about another problem. If we make a move this time, the Central Dynasty will know that we do have feelings for the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Qin Feiyang also frowned. Yes. That's the biggest problem. If we make a move this time, the Central Dynasty will definitely become more aggressive in the future. In the end, they might even use the fate of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan to threaten us. The frenzy nodded worriedly. This matter couldn't be rash. If it wasn't handled well, it would attract more trouble in the future. How about this? The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. How about we have the inner demons and big cousin make a move? Hearing this, the two looked suspiciously at the white-eyed wolf. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin don't dare to touch Dong Tianqian, but the inner demons and big cousin are different. Moreover, they aren't any weaker than Dong Tianqian. The white-eyed wolf cackled. What? The frenzy asked. Simple. The king is the ruler of the divine kingdom. His identity and status are obvious to all. If we kill him, it will affect the situation of the divine kingdom. So when the time comes, the inner demons and big cousin can use this to force Dong Tianqian to release Dong Tianqian without exposing their identities. The white-eyed wolf cackled. Qin Feiyang and the frenzy looked at each other. This was a good idea. What do you think? Are you impressed by your big brother? Are you admiring your big brother so much that you want to hug your big brother's leg and call him your big brother? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two proudly. Who told you that your big brother didn't know how to use his brain? If your big brother was willing to use his brain, then you wouldn't have a problem. Qin Feiyang and the frenzy's lips twitched. Keep showing off.